A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now for our story. Yesterday, John Fowler decided to take matters into his own hands and fly by plane to Chicago to get the famous criminal lawyer Peter Clinton to fight Max Tilley's case. With the town of Sanders gone berserk over the fatal struggle between Max and Benjamin Carter, what is happening to Mary Sothern? Our story opens today in Mary's sick room at home. Mary is speaking to Dr. Benson.
Oh, John, I'm so weak. I want to think about Max, but my mind wanders. Is there anything wrong with that?
No, Mary. You're just weak from the excitement and strain. You should never have gone over to the jail yesterday. You're not nearly strong enough. You know, when a patient goes through the ordeal you did a few weeks ago from that poisoning, to the very door of death, in fact, he doesn't get up and rush away from his sick bed to take care of other matters. My dear, lovely patient, you must obey my orders if I'm to bring you back to health. Do you understand?
Yes, John. Oh, I know you're right. I should never have gone out yesterday, but relapse and no relapse, John. I had to see him.
I know, Mary.
But he needs me now, John. And I can't help it.
Now, young lady. No more weeping. It only saps your strength and holds back your recovery. You want to help Max. Then, Mary, keep your spirits up and save your strength so you can get well as quickly as possible. That's how you can help Max.
John, you think I'll be well by the time Max has to go to trial?
I hope so, Mary. In fact, I believe so. If you'll cooperate with me by obeying my orders. We can't help your condition if I'm trying to do one thing for you and you're trying to do another. And obedience is the very essence of improvement, in the medical profession at least.
I'll be as obedient as a lamb, John. For I do want to get well as quickly as possible. Poor Max in that jail cell.
I know, Mary, but Max is no baby. We must remember that.
But he is helpless, John. Here he's locked up in there, and I don't know what's being done to get him out or to help him prepare his case.
Well, now, Mary, I think Daddy Stratford and John Fowler are taking care of that. You know they wouldn't let Max haul you down, Mary.
No, I don't know. They've been such true and trusted friends.
No more of that. You promised me.
I'm sorry. I seem to be all weepy inside this morning, John.
That's all right. That's partly due to the nervousness brought on by the excitement of yesterday. And you just keep calm, and it'll all pass away presto like nothing.
John, tell me honestly, just how serious is Max's case?
Well, that's the question.
Oh, John, don't pamper me. You'll only torment me and make me worse.
All right, then. Max is up against the hardest fight of his life. And, Mary, he'll never beat that murder charge in this town with a farmer jury if he hasn't a mighty good defense for killing Benjamin Carter.
Yes, I felt that, John. Do you think Max did it on purpose?
Mary, honestly, I don't know.
John, I'm convinced it was an accident. After I talked to Max in his cell last night.
Well, Mary, I see only one possible chance to save Max.
What is it?
Fight his case on an insanity plea.
Yes. Yes, Max must have been insane to go to Carter's place that night with a gun. He must have been out of his mind from way over me.
Mary, do you want me to see if an insanity case can be established for Max?
Yes, John. Would you do that?
I'll talk to him about it this very night.
I'll play that card. You won't say it.
Boy, that was awful boner, Sheriff. You left the door wide open and the aces flew out. Say, how'd you ever get to be deputy sheriff, Sheriff?
Now, shut up. Play your next card.
I warn you, it ain't going to be a nice card.
As I was saying, Max, if you had a good Chicago lawyer, he'd get you out of this mess in a minute.
Oh, listen, Daddy, you fill me full of ennui.
Oh, holy Moses, what's that?
Why, that's French, don't you know? It means you bore me. Boy, am I...
Well, you shut up your puss and play that card.
All right, you asked for it. There.
Holy Moses, 100 aces.
Say you hadn't ought to be in here. I ought to be here. Too smart, wise guy. I'm through.
Oh, Sheriff, listen, I like to play with you. Come on. You know I don't get much company in this jail.
Oh, well, I guess I can play another game.
Yeah, sure.
Wait a minute. I better see if we got any more money left, though.
Kind of clean you out, huh?
Well, you've been playing a lot. As I was saying, Max, you got to prove this shooting was accidental. You got to have a good lawyer.
Oh, listen, Pop, I don't need no lawyer. I'll fight the case myself.
Oh, look here, Max. You going to give the judge trouble, too?
Oh, no. Say, listen, it'll be easy. You just watch. There'll be nothing to it. Come on, now, let's play the game.
All right.
Hey, Deputy. Nice to seeing you here.
Hello,
Max. Get on up and open the door for him.
Oh, sure, all right. Wait a minute. Hey, good to see you. Come on in.
What'd I do, break up a game?
Oh, no.
I tell you, won't play another game with you, Max Tilly. I'm through.
Well, okay, Sheriff, okay. Say, listen, you ain't so bad, but you get nervous, that's all. Well, how are you, Doc, anyway? Say, you know Deputy Anders, don't you?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, Doc, you see what you can do to get Max to get a good lawyer.
Hey, listen, Daddy, will you shut up? You're disturbing my equilibrium.
Well, Max, I see you're not pining away from loneliness.
No, heck no. Only the sheriff ain't such a good pinochle player, though, that's all.
Another word from you, Max Tilly, and I'll put you on a bread and water diet.
You get that?
Max, I came over to see if I could do something for you about your case.
Huh?
Looks pretty ticklish to me.
You're telling me.
Have you thought of a plan of defense?
Huh?
Deputy, you shouldn't be in on this.
Oh, don't mind me. I won't listen to a thing.
No, I ain't got no plan of defense. Say, this ain't a battle. I just killed a man. That's all there is to it, Doc.
But Mary says you told her it was accidental, Max.
Well, it was accidental. But you think any jury would believe that? Even if I swore on a stack of Bibles.
No, I don't. But, Max, you must have been out of your head when you did it.
Huh?
You see, I know more about your condition than anybody else. And I think your only hope is a plea of temporary insanity. In fact, I come over here tonight to gather data and make a record for you to make such a plea.
You mean that I've got to get up on the stand and say that I was insane when I shot Carter?
Exactly. And I honestly believe that that's true.
Not by a long shot. Well, I never seen such a sane man. He won 42 cents off me tonight. Is that insanity?
Say, listen, that's nothing, Sheriff. Even nuts play a better pinochle game than you do, Sheriff.
I can't neither. If he gets up on the stand and says that he's insane, I'll get up and testify he's not.
Now, listen, keep still, Sheriff. Will you? This is my case. Doc, I don't want any insane plea.
Now, Max, don't be stubborn. After all, you have to think of Mary.
No, Doc. Now, it won't help Mary nor the twins if everybody thinks that their pop was loony. No, Doc, I tell you no. I got to fight this case my own way. I got to figure it out. And it ain't right to say that I was loony when I wasn't. No, Doc. I think maybe I got my own idea on this. And I don't want your Chicago lawyer either, Daddy. Now, you guys better go and let me get some sleep, will you? And come again, boys. The room number is cell 857, the county jail. I'll see you later.
All right, man.
Drop in any time.
Funny thing about this, Max Tilly. I've run across his record before.
I know, Peter, but many a man has been in trouble before, been misunderstood and reformed. Besides, Max didn't know any better. I tell you, Peter Clinton, he's been the salvation of the town of Sanders. If you don't help us now, I don't know what we'll do.
Strange. Strange man, this Tilly. He interests me. He's not the run-of-the-mill sort of reformed hoodlum, but a fellow who seems to fluctuate between good and evil. How do you explain that, John?
Oh, why, I don't know. In fact, I don't agree with you, Peter. Max doesn't fluctuate. He's always there, steady. In fact, he sizes up a situation the first time, and that's about how it turns out to be. Now, the first time he saw Benjamin Carter, he said, "There's a smooth crook if ever I saw one." And Carter certainly proved to be that.
Yes, I can see he's no fool. But that still doesn't prove he isn't a potential criminal.
Well, I don't know about such things. I do know, anyhow, he's changed a lot since he married Mary Sothern. She's the one person who understands.
This Mary Sothern, she's not from the, she's not the gunmouth type.
Oh, Mary? Why, she's as fine a girl as ever I knew.
She's in love with him?
Why, that isn't the half of it. I don't know what would happen to Mary and the twins if Max went to the chair. I tell you that.
Children, too, eh?
Yes. Oh, it's a long story about her first husband and the twins. Oh, but I won't go into that now, Peter. But for the sake of our old friendship, for the sake of this man's life, for justice and happiness to Mary, won't you take this case?
Well, John, as I say, Tilly's past record is going to go hard with him. I've considered everything. From what you've said, from what I've read in the papers, and from what I know of the criminal law of your state, and honestly, John, Tilly hasn't a chance so far as I can see.
But that's why we want you. With the best criminal lawyer in the country, we will have a chance.
I'm afraid not, John. Of course, I appreciate the compliment, your faith in me, but, John, I never take a case unless I believe in a man. And I don't believe from the evidence I've seen so far that this man is innocent.
Oh, well, if that's the kind of a lawyer you are, I didn't know that. I thought you were interested in helping people in trouble. But if you take only cases you're sure to win, why, well, I guess I'm wasting my breath here.
Now, John, I want you to understand
me.
I
understand, Clinton, only too well, and I'm disappointed in you. Greatly disappointed. I thought you were a great lawyer, but you're only what they call an ambulance chaser, that's all.
Just a minute, John. Don't think I don't prize your high regard. I don't want you to leave with that impression of me. If this man had a ghost of a chance, John, I'd take this case for nothing if it were necessary to see that he got justice. Don't you understand?
Oh, well, that's different. Peter, I've got a plane waiting out at the airport. I want to take you back with me to St. Louis. I want you to come down and talk to Max Tilly, and I'll pay you for your time. Now, you don't have to take the case yet. Just say you'll come down and talk to him for 5 minutes.
Well, this is something else. Then you honestly feel, John, that this isn't a case of cold-blooded, premeditated murder?
Oh, of course I do. And what's more, Mary Sothern feels it isn't, and that's good enough for me. Now, will you come?
Same old John, I see. All right. You feel that way about it, but I'm warning you. I'll have to prove to myself whether this man is innocent or guilty.
That means you'll come?
Lead me to the plane, John.
At least we have the great criminal lawyer Peter Clinton of Chicago willing to take a look at Max. Will he decide to take the case? Be sure to listen to tomorrow's episode in the life of Mary Sothern, brought to you with the compliments of the makers of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
And for fast relief of pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia, and Bicidol mints that quickly rid stomach of gastric distress, present Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks Transcribed. But first, here is something you should know if you ever suffer from the pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. It's an incredibly fast way to ease the pain. It's Anacin, a way countless numbers of people have found superior. Anacin acts so promptly to relieve pain. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in convenient tablet form. Thousands of persons have been introduced to Anacin through their own physicians or dentists. But today these tablets are in such widespread use that all drug counters have them, and everyone can have the benefit of their incredibly fast action. So if you want to relieve the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, by all means try Anacin, on this guarantee. If the first few Anacin tablets do not give you all the relief you want, as fast as you want it, return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. I'll spell the name for you, Anacin. Easy-to-take Anacin tablets come in handy boxes of 12 and 30 and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. Ask for Anacin at your druggist's today. Well, many school teachers embarked upon their summer vacations as soon as school ended last June. But our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, could only afford 1 week away from the city and waited until September to make her departure.
Yes, I wanted my vacation to remain fresh in my memory. I felt that in the long winter months ahead, I could use some glowing memories to warm my bones. Last Friday morning, the date I had set to leave town, my landlady sat down to breakfast with me.
So you're finally going on your vacation, Connie?
Yes, Mrs. Davis, I've been looking forward to this for a long time.
I know you have, dear. Ever since Mr. Boynton left town 2 weeks ago. You must miss him dreadfully.
Me? Miss Mr. Boynton dreadfully? Why?
We all know how you feel about Madison's handsome biology teacher, Connie. And it's just a shame that he's so bashful when it comes to women.
Oh, I don't mind his being bashful when it comes to women. It's just this one particular English teacher who I mind his being bashful with when it comes to her, usually. Anyway, let's change the subject.
All right, Connie. We'll talk about something else.
Fine.
Mr. Boynton's spending his vacation at Crystal Lake.
So what? Mr. Boynton's spending his vacation at Crystal Lake. As far as I'm concerned, he can go his way, and I'll go my way.
Where are you going on your vacation, Connie?
Crystal Lake. It just happens that my picking out Crystal Lake for a vacation was merely a coincidence. As a matter of fact, I simply took a map of some surrounding resort towns and stuck a pin in it.
And the pin landed on Crystal Lake?
Who knows? I was afraid to look. But Walter Denton's coming over to help me with my bags this morning, and I'd appreciate it if you don't mention Mr. Boynton in front of him.
Well, why not, Connie? Walter knows you're fond of Mr. Boynton.
Well, I'm fond of Walter, too, Mrs. Davis, but that kid can be an awful tease at times, usually when it's most embarrassing. So do me a favor. When he gets here, I'm just going to Crystal Lake to relax, huh?
Okay. Now eat your cereal, dear. I'll go see if...
Oh, that's Walter now. The door's open, Walter. Come on in the dinette.
Farewell, O fairest flower of the faculty. Adieu, Miss Brooks. Auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye. Aloha.
Don't push me. I'm going.
Miss Brooks is going to Crystal Lake to relax, Walter. That's the only reason in the world she's going there. Just to relax.
That's right, Walter.
And guess who'll be there to relax with her?
Mrs. Davis, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Connie. Well, I'll go get the coffee started. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Take your time. Oh, it'll be nice to get away for a while. I've been typing reports for Mr. Conklin till my nails are worn down.
Yeah, you've earned a good rest, Miss Brooks. And Crystal Lake is a great place to get it.
It certainly is.
It's also a great place to nail down Mr. Boynton. He's still vacationing up there, you know.
He is? Well, you might not believe this, Walter, but the fact that Mr. Boynton happens to be at Crystal Lake in the Beaver Lodge in room 124 is certainly news to me.
Now, tell the truth, Miss Brooks. Since he's been away, has Mr. Boynton called you much?
He hasn't called me anything I couldn't repeat in mixed company. Oh, you mean has he telephoned? Well, to be perfectly honest, Walter, Mr. Boynton did phone me about a week ago, but I didn't enjoy the conversation as much as I should have.
Why not?
Well, Mr. Boynton told me that the desk clerk at Beaver Lodge, Mr. Turner, was quite a snooper, and he used to listen in on the guest telephone calls.
Oh, gosh, that's pretty hard to believe in a nice hotel like that.
I didn't believe it myself until Mr. Turner cut in on us to deny the whole thing.
Well, Turner or no Turner, you ought to phone Mr. Boynton and tell him you're coming up today.
Not me, Walter. I want to surprise him.
Yeah, but you haven't spoken to him in a week. He might have checked out.
Checked out?
Sure. But even if he hasn't, you don't have to give the surprise away. Just tell him you called to pass the time of day. Don't even mention that you're driving up.
Well,
Yo, that's my pal, Stretch Snodgrass, Miss Brooks. He said he was going to come over and say goodbye to you.
Oh, I'm quite flattered. Stretch is Madison's most brilliant athlete. Physically, that is. Come in, Stretch.
Yeah, I'll go help Mrs. Davis in the kitchen. Stretch is pretty bashful sometimes. He'll probably feel more comfortable if he talks to you alone.
All right, Walter. See what's holding up my coffee, will you?
All right, Miss Brooks. Walter told me you was going away, so I just come by to say oof Weezer's end.
Oof Hoozer's end?
Weezer's end. Well, that's a word Walter taught me. He told me it means goodbye. Gosh, if oof Weezer's end doesn't mean goodbye, then my coming over to wish you oof Weezer's end must make me out to be some kind of a dummy.
But a very nice kind, Stretch. Actually, the word you have in mind is pronounced Auf Wiedersehen.
Oh. Well, I never was much good at them French words.
I know. English is where you shine.
That's because you're my teacher, Miss Brooks.
Don't spread it around.
Well, I'm sure glad you're getting to go on a vacation.
Me too, Stretch. I can use the rest. I'm going up to Crystal Lake for the week. It's a great place to relax.
Well, it sure is. When it comes to relaxing, Mr. Boynton's one of the nicest guys to relax with.
Here's your beanie, Stretch. Oof Weezer's end.
Before I go, Miss Brooks, I'd like to make a suggestion. If you're going to go up to the lodge, you ought to call Mr. Boynton first.
But, Stretch, I don't want him to...
It won't spoil the surprise. Just don't mention you're driving up. Just say you called to pass the time of day.
This sounds like a conspiracy.
Hiya, Stretch. Finished saying goodbye to Miss Brooks yet?
Just about, Walter.
Yeah, good. Now, if you'll give us the keys to your car, Miss Brooks, Stretch and I'll see that it's all gassed up and ready to go.
Fine, here they are, but make it fast, boys. I'd like to get started right after breakfast.
Well, don't worry, Miss Brooks. We'll be back in a jiffy. Come on, Walter.
Yeah, okay, Stretch. Well, hasta la vista, Miss Brooks.
Gracias, Walter. Adios, Stretch.
Hasta Visalia, Miss Brooks.
Here's the coffee, Connie. Nice and hot.
Good. You know something, Mrs. Davis? As soon as I finish my coffee, I'm going to call Mr. Boynton on the phone, just to make sure he hasn't checked out of Beaver Lodge.
But, Connie, you don't want him
to...
Oh,
it won't spoil the surprise. I'll just say I called to pass the time of day. I won't even mention that I'm driving up this morning.
What a wonderful idea, Connie. When did you get it?
Twice.
Hello?
Mr. Boynton, Miss Brooks is calling you from the city.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Turner.
Go ahead, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Mr. Boynton?
Miss Brooks, my goodness, it's nice to hear from you.
I was just wondering how you're enjoying yourself. How's the weather up there?
Well, lately the weather's been pretty good.
Pretty good, 85 in the shade.
Please, Mr. Turner.
Well, you can't beat that kind of weather no matter where you go.
Mr. Turner.
Yes, Miss Brooks?
Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye.
Tell me, Miss Brooks, will you be able to get away for a bit of vacation before school opens?
Oh, I'm afraid not, Mr. Boynton. Looks like I'll be stuck in the city. Are you planning to stay on at the lodge for a while?
Yes, indeed. Planning to stay another week. Oh, it's heavenly here, Miss Brooks.
Oh, are the fish biting?
Mr. Turner.
I caught a whopper this morning, didn't I, Mr. Boynton?
Well, it was a pretty good-sized fish.
Pretty good. It was just the biggest trout you ever saw.
Actually, it was a pickerel.
You call a fish with those markings a pickerel? I'm surprised at your ignorance, Boynton.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Turner. I happen to be a biology teacher, and I know my fish.
Well, you don't know my fish. I've been fishing in these parts for 20 years.
15 of them have gone by since I got on the phone. Now, will you please let me continue my conversation?
And who might you be, Missy?
The name is Brooks, as in trout. Now, will you please let me talk to my party?
Of course, of course. Who was it you were calling again?
Mr. Boynton.
I'll put you right through.
Thanks. Hello, Mr. Boynton?
Hello, Miss Brooks.
Gad, it's good to hear your voice again.
That goes double with me. Oh, gosh. You know, when I was out canoeing last night, with the moonlight dappling the lake with patches of silver, I got to thinking. Thinking about you, Miss Brooks.
About me, Mr. Boynton?
Yes. I couldn't help thinking that...
I'm afraid I have another call on the board. Will you forgive me if I tear myself away for a minute?
Tear to your heart's content, Mr. Turner. Mr. Boynton, you were thinking?
Of how long it's been since I've seen you. I can't tell you how much I've missed you.
Oh, sure you can. Just tell me quickly before the off-stage mystery voice comes back. Come on, Mr. Boynton, tell me.
Well, this may sound rather brash coming from me, Miss Brooks, but...
Yes, Mr. Boynton?
Gosh, I suppose I could tell you if I were with you, but over the phone, I don't know if I should.
Oh, go ahead. I'll hold my ear.
Oh, what's the use? I'll have to tell you some other time, Miss Brooks.
I suppose so. But before we hang up, Mr. Boynton, you are definitely staying at Crystal Lake for another week.
Well, that's my plan, Miss Brooks. I certainly appreciate your calling me like this. I'll admit I was quite surprised when I heard it was you, but... well, I've always liked surprises.
Well, you'd better. I like surprises, too, Mr. Boynton.
Well, I guess I'd better say goodbye, Miss Brooks.
Oof wheezes that. Goodbye, Mr. Boynton.
Well, what are you trying to do, Boynton? Bust my eardrums?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Turner. There's something I've got to tell you right away. I'd like you to prepare my bill.
Your bill?
Yes, I've decided to drive down to the city and surprise Miss Brooks.
Friends, if you suffer from acid indigestion, I hope you didn't miss reading this wonderful news. A headline that says, New mints, medically proven, quickly rid stomach of gastric distress. That headline is talking about new Bicidol mints. Doctors recommend Bicidol mints because the Bicidol medication acts at once to make painful acid harmless and give you fast 5-way relief. 1. Speeds relief from gas. 2. Sweetens your breath. 3. Gives complete, longer-lasting relief than baking soda. 4. Relieves stomach upset from too much eating, drinking, smoking. 5. Lets you sleep when acid indigestion strikes at night. So don't suffer acid indigestion, heartburn, or gastric distress from excess acidity. Remember, new mints, medically proven, quickly rid stomach of gastric distress. And remember the name, Bicidol mints. Bisodol. Get Bicidol mints for fast relief. Well, once Miss Brooks made what she thought was certain that Mr. Boynton was staying on at the Beaver Lodge, she finished packing her bags and sat down for another cup of coffee when the kitchen door opened.
Hi, Miss Brooks. It's me.
Harriet Conklin, what are you doing in town? I thought your folks had a cottage up at Crystal Lake.
Well, they have, Miss Brooks, and I've been there all summer, but I just came down to surprise Walter Denton. Golly, you know how I feel about Walter. He's mine, Mr. Boynton.
Really? Who's mine?
I just ran into Walter and Stretch down at the gas station. They told me they're getting your car in shape for your trip up to the lake.
Well, what's keeping them? They've been gone almost 2 hours, and they were just supposed to get it gassed and oiled.
Well, I heard Stretch say that it needed some minor repairs.
Minor repairs? What happened?
The rear end fell out.
Oh, well, thank heaven it's nothing serious.
Oh, gee, it'll be good to have a date with Walter again. Daddy hasn't let me see much of him this summer. Gosh, sometimes Daddy acts like a principal even when he isn't in school. He's so stern and, well, you know how he is, Miss Brooks.
Let's not dwell on it.
He's very conscientious, though. Why, he came into the city just to get some reports out to the Board of Education. Poor Daddy's been working like a dog.
Poor Daddy's had a partner. I'm the one who's been typing those reports.
I know, Miss Brooks. Daddy said he dropped by for them this morning. You see, he was with me when I ran into Walter and Stretch.
Oh, dandy.
Well, Connie, Oh, hello, Harriet.
Hello, Mrs. Davis. What kind of a summer have you had?
About 2 months, dear. What brings you down to the city?
Oh, I was lonesome for Walter, so I phoned him and asked him to ask his sister Betty to ask her mother to ask my mother if I could spend the weekend with her.
From the picture, if you're asking, I'm dancing.
She said okay, so here I am.
Well, good for you, dear. Now, Connie, I prepared a little snack for you to take along on the trip. I just put it in this lunchbox for you.
Well, all I need now is a car. Those boys don't get back soon. Maybe that's them. Maybe that's they. Here they come now.
It is I, Miss Brooks, your faculty comrade, Osgood Conklin.
Oh.
Do I detect a note of dejection in your greeting to me?
Oh, not at all, Mr. Conklin. Come in, won't you?
Thank you. I hope I'm wrong, but it seems to me that when you first laid eyes on me, your face fell about a foot.
It's just that I have a very heavy lower jaw. Those papers you wanted to write here on the hall table. Yes, sir? All you have to do is scoop them up and scat.
Well, not so fast, my dear. I understand you're going on a little trip today?
Me? Oh, yes. Yes, I am.
Well, I'm going back to Crystal Lake myself this afternoon.
All by yourself, eh? Should be a nice trip.
Well, I was hoping not to go by myself. You see, Mrs. Conklin has our car up at the lake. I came down here by bus, and my getting back poses quite a problem.
What's the problem? Doesn't the bus that brought you down turn around?
There's only one bus today, and it left an hour ago. Now, I don't want to put words into your mouth, but if you'd resort to a bit of subtle wheedling, I think you could talk me into making the trip with you.
With me? Oops, there goes that jaw again.
Of course, if you really don't want me to accompany you, you have but to say the word. And I don't want you to be influenced by the fact that you're merely a teacher and I am your principal. A man in whom the superintendent of schools has vested the power to make your life in the coming term a pleasant, easy-going one or a miserable one.
Say, I'm driving up to Crystal Lake today. How about coming along,
Well, thank you, Miss Brooks. This is a very pleasant surprise.
Perhaps you'd better go home and pack, Mr. Conklin. Then when the boys
I'm already packed. I left my bags out in your driveway so we can stow them away as soon as your car arrives.
But I don't know just when that'll be. Walter and Stretch are having it fixed, and...
That's them. That's they. That's... Here they come now.
Hi, Miss Brooks. We got everything all... Oh, Mr. Conklin.
You've got a heavy jaw, too, haven't you?
Hi, Mr. Conklin. What are you doing in the city? Giving your wife a vacation?
Oh, boy, that's a good one. Giving your wife a vacation. Oh, did you hear that, Miss Brooks?
Silence! Is the car ready to roll?
Yes, sir. We charged the bill, Miss Brooks. Everything's in 1A shippy shape.
Hi, Daddy. Glad you finally got here. Walter, dear.
Hi, Harriet. Dear.
Oh, fudge.
Well, Osgood, come on in.
Hello, Margaret. We haven't time for the amenities now. I'd like to get started for the lake. Miss Brooks is driving me up.
Now, isn't that nice?
Yes, it isn't it? Come on, Mr. Conklin. We'll go back through the kitchen. It's closer to the rear of the driveway.
Very well.
Thanks for getting my car ready, kids. I'll see you in a week.
Here's your lunchbox, Connie. Oh, dear, she's out back by now. I'll give it to her when they pull out of the driveway.
Come on, Stretch, Walter. Let's all stand at the curb and wave goodbye to him.
Yeah, Harriet, okay. Come on.
Yeah, I'm coming. Well, here we are.
Hello, folks. Why are you all standing out here?
Mr. Boynton.
What are you doing here?
Oh, I came down to surprise Miss Brooks.
She'll be surprised, all right. She's just leaving for Crystal Lake with Mr. Conklin.
Yeah, but I don't understand. She said she couldn't get away from...
Hey, look! They're pulling out of the driveway now.
Goodbye, Daddy. Goodbye, Miss Brooks.
Goodbye, Harriet. Oh, Connie, you forgot your lunchbox. Oh, here it is, dear.
Oh, thanks, Mrs. Davis.
Goodbye, Miss Brooks, Mr. Conklin.
Goodbye, Stretch.
Goodbye, Stretch.
Goodbye, Miss Brooks.
Goodbye, Walter.
Goodbye, Miss Brooks.
Goodbye, Mr. Boynton. Goodbye, Mr. Boynton.
I drove down to surprise you, Miss Brooks.
But I thought
You and Boynton will have ample opportunity to socialize when school opens. Now drive on, Miss Brooks.
But sir...
Goodbye, Boynton!
Goodbye, Miss Brooks.
Goodbye, Mr. Boynton.
Well, last we're on our way. Crystal Lake, here we come, eh, Miss Brooks?
Rah, rah, rah.
We should accomplish plenty over this weekend. I've taken considerable paperwork with me. Nothing like getting it done in the country, though. I can see it now. Me lying in a hammock and you typing in the bright sunshine.
Well, if that's the case, I'd better pick up some sunglasses.
Goodbye,
Goodbye, Mr. Boynton.
Goodbye, Miss Brooks.
What is this, a merry-go-round? We've left this place twice already. Now, drive on at once, Miss Brooks.
Just a moment, please. There's really nothing to keep me in the city, Miss Brooks, so if there are no objections, I'll be happy to ride back to the lake with you.
Well, I have an objection.
Overruled.
So are you. The back of this heap is loaded with luggage, and 3 in the front would make for an extremely uncomfortable journey. Besides, among our luggage, you will note that there is a typewriter, which Miss Brooks and I shall use at the lake for official school business. This, then, is a business trip. Isn't it, Miss Brooks?
It's no pleasure.
But I still think
As your principal and superior officer, I order you not to set foot in this car.
Well, I can't very well disobey an order. Goodbye, Miss Brooks.
Goodbye, Mr. Boynton. Well, what do you know? I forgot to take the brake off.
If you don't get us off this street,
Yes, sir. We're getting right now.
I hope you know the road. I won't brook any further delays.
Oh, yes, sir. I know this terrain very well. I've driven up several times.
Oh, good. Then maybe I can take a little nap. Cars always make me sleepy. You won't mind if I drop off?
Mind, he says. You go right ahead, Mr. Conklin.
You know, Mrs. Conklin usually hums something before I fall asleep. Gotten sort of accustomed to it. Do you suppose you could hum a little tune for me, Miss Brooks?
I suppose so. I'm quite a good hummer, especially when I'm happy.
Fine. Then suppose you start now. Hum something appropriate to the occasion.
All right. Let's see. I'll be glad when you're bum-de-bum-bum-bum. I'll be glad when you're bum-de-bum-bum-bum.
Say, that's quite a catchy tune. What's the name of it?
The name of it? Oh, it's called I'll Be Glad When You're Mine, You Doll-Face You.
Our Miss Brooks will return in a moment. If you're a driver, pat yourself on the back. For surviving this most difficult summer of highway carnage, you deserve a pat on the back. But you do even better to hold off the self-congratulations until this present holiday weekend is history. Labor Day is your last big test before the official end of summer. Of course, there are more tough driving weekends ahead as people get in their last outings before cold weather. They'll test you, too. On second thought, let's withhold all congratulations until after the first cold snap. We wouldn't want you to get too cocky and celebrate your summer survival with an accident this weekend or on one of the upcoming ones. Satisfied with your performance on the road? Don't stop at that. Work to become a perfectionist on the highway. Be good enough to foresee a possible accident with a driver who is reckless or thoughtless. And give him plenty of room on the road. So when his time comes, it doesn't happen with you in the accident, too. CBS Radio suggests, when driving on our overcrowded highways, especially on these holiday weekends, drive to survive.
Well, since Mr. Boynton surprised me by returning to town, I was hardly in the mood to chauffeur Mr. Conklin up to Crystal Lake. But he insisted that I drive, so drive I did.
Well, I've had quite a nice snooze. How long have we been driving, Miss Brooks?
About a half hour. If you don't mind, Mr. Conklin, I'd like to stop and powder my nose.
Of course. Where are we now?
Now?
Stop that yammering! Miss Brooks, this conduct is unforgivable. If you think...
Miss Brooks, quick, get out and look at your exhaust pipe. I think it's loose.
All right, Walter. Just sit still, Miss Conklin. This won't take a minute.
If you don't get a move on, Miss Brooks, you'll wish you had never seen Madison High.
I'll hurry, sir.
Miss Brooks, I got an idea. If you'll just pretend that you banged your head on the fender while you're looking at the exhaust pipe, you can say that you feel faint and that you can't drive. Then you'll get to stay here with Mr. Boynton.
But how can I bang my head on the fender?
Stoop a little. I'll help you.
Well,
lower.
I don't know, Walter.
Lower. There. That's just right. Hey, Miss Brooks hit her head on the fender. Mrs. Davis hurried. I think Miss Brooks is going to faint.
Honey, can I be of any help? Miss Brooks, speak to me. Speak to me.
Later.
Come on, let's get her into the house. Give us a hand stretch. Come on.
Sure, Walter. Just lean on my arm, Miss Brooks. Now, right up to walking into the house.
What's going on here? Why are you going into the house, Miss Brooks?
Oh, she's in bad shape, Mr. Conklin.
But how will I get to Crystal Lake?
Oh, take my car, Mr. Conklin. You're very welcome to it.
But I can't drive this old-fashioned gear shift.
Please quit jabbering, Mr. Conklin. We got a sick cookie on our hands.
In you go, dear. Now close the door, boys.
So far, it's working great.
Oh, this is no time for laughing, Walter. Gosh, look at that welt on your head, Miss Brooks. I'll go get some iodine and a glass of water.
But Stretch, let me explain.
Put her on the couch, Miss Davis. I'll be right back.
Perhaps you'd better lie down, Connie.
Yeah, then if old Marblehead, Mr. Conklin comes in, it'll look legitimate.
Miss Brooks, are you feeling any better?
No, Harriet. I'm afraid I can't be moved. Please tell your father I'm sorry this happened.
Oh, I can't tell him anything now, Miss Brooks. Daddy just drove off for Crystal Lake in your car.
But the gear shift, he said he can't drive my car.
He can't. So he ordered Mr. Boynton to drive.
What?
Here, Miss Brooks, here's the iodine and a glass of water.
Keep the water, Stretch. I'll drink the iodine straight.
Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, transcribed, was produced and directed by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis and Joe Quillen, with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Bob Rockwell, Gloria McMillan, Leonard Smith, and Bob Sweeney. Be sure to be with us next week for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks.
Mother Hubbard went to her cupboard to get her poor doggie a bone. But when she got there, the cupboard was bare except for a great big sign that says, "You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Nord."
Transcribed from Hollywood, Norge, a division of Borg Warner, manufacturers of America's most modern electric and gas ranges, automatic and wringer washers, water heaters, and home freezers, originators and world's largest manufacturers of self-defrosting refrigerators, Norge presents The Red Skelton Show. With Red Skelton, Dave Rose and his orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGeehan, and Gene Cuter will be me, Rod O'Connor. Now the star of our program, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. What have you been doing all week, Rod?
Well, I went to see the Grand Canyon.
Say, aren't those roads narrow passages over there? Doesn't it have narrow passages?
Didn't bother me. I rented a burro.
What?
A burro, a donkey.
Oh, I thought you meant Milton. A donkey? I never saw one.
You mean to stand there and look me in the face and tell me you never saw a donkey?
I have now.
Yeah. I don't know what happened. That was your line of rehearsal, boy.
Well, what's new, Rod?
Well, I see where Russia's trying to get friendly with the Western powers.
Yeah, Stalin says that if we'll destroy the atomic secrets, that they won't make any bombs until they learn how. Did you hear about the two Russians that were talking? One of them said to the other, says, "Are you prejudiced against any other nation?" The other guy says, No. He says, "I don't care who drops a bomb on the Kremlin."
Well, speaking of Reds,
those
Red.
are Russian jokes, see. Oh, well, we all have to go through it.
Speaking of Reds, Red, I read that in America, practically every family owns a car, but in Russia, there's only one car for every 1,110 people.
Can you imagine that? 1,109 backseat drivers breathing vodka down your neck.
Say, speaking of cars, did you make it for the license plates and the deadline, you know?
Oh, yeah. $47 for my car.
I was going to say the license fees are high this year, aren't they?
Yeah, $47 for my car. See, I don't wait. I pay attention at rehearsal. I know what's coming. Yeah, $47 for my car. That's twice as much as the car's worth. My car's so old that I had to get it upper and lower plates. I get my license plates from my uncle, you see. He makes his own plates.
Your uncle makes his own license
Yeah.
plates? Why? To take the monotony out of making those counterfeit bills?
It breaks the monotony a bit. That's what I get for taking the donkey joke last year. Now, he don't make counterfeit money anymore. They caught up with him.
They did?
Yeah. He jumped the gun and printed Eisenhower's picture on a $20 bill.
Well, you know, Red, this may sound silly, but I have a collection of license plates.
Hello? Got that off an English picture and television. Hello? You, man?
Yes. And it's interesting to see how each state takes pride, you know, in advertising what they're noted for.
Oh?
Wisconsin, the dairy state, has a cow on the plate.
Yeah?
Idaho has a potato.
Mm-hmm.
Iowa has tall corn.
Oh, I bet you cherish that one.
Yes, and a few years ago, Virginia had one that you'd like.
What's that?
A big smoked ham.
I'll give you $10 if you show me where it says that. Hey, you know, speaking of hams, you know, I believe in reincarnation.
Really?
Yeah, I walked into the Brown Derby the other day, and a ham spoke to me. See, that's what they call actors, is hams, see. So when I said a ham spoke to me, it was an actor in there, but boy, when you got to explain them, they're pretty bad. Now, that's one thing nice about television. When a joke dies, you can see the actor die right with it.
I wonder what design California will have on their license plates this year.
Well, they were going to have a pedestrian in a prone position, see? But they've changed it to a tourist sitting in a smashed-up car with a smudge pot under an orange tree with an umbrella reading a map of Florida.
Gene Tudor sings Lover. How would you like to have a range that would cook your whole dinner for you while you're downtown shopping? How would you like to have a range that would have fresh, hot coffee ready when your alarm clock goes off in the morning? The new Norge 4-way automatic will do all that and then some. It bakes, it broils, it boils, it simmers, all by remote control. You just set the selector switch for the deep well cooker or the high-low surface unit, the appliance outlet, or the oven. And Norge will automatically turn itself on at the time you set. Cook the food for the right length of time at the right temperature, then turn itself off again. And there's another thing about this new Norge electric range. It cooks fast. All the surface units and the deep well cooker have 7 heat speeds and self-cleaning flat tops. The heat gets into the food faster because there's more contact area with the pans. And for super speed cooking, this new Norge electric range has a rocket element that gets red hot in seconds. Believe me, you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
From the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, Chapter 322 is entitled The Big Snow.
Well, here I am again. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do. I think it's about time I had my tonsils tuned again. Well, here it is, 5:30, and I'm still in bed. Hell, early to bed, early to rise, makes a man healthy, wealthy, and as far as I'm concerned, stupid. Oh, shut up. Save your strength. I crowed for you 20 minutes ago. I even went one better. I can also lay an egg. Oh, you don't believe I can lay an egg, huh? You wait till this next joke comes up, all right? You know, one thing that puzzles me, if a rooster can crow, how come a crow can't rooster? Well, I better get up. The early bird catches the worm. I wonder what bird's going to catch me today. Brother, it's cold. I wonder if I can reach my bathrobe from here. Oh, well, I'll just pull my ears around me. They cover me better anyway, you know. Brother, it's cold. Oh, look at that snowman over in the corner. He's turned blue. Well, that's me looking in the mirror. My golly, boy, look, I've even got icicles on my nose. I'll just break it off. Well, that was a stupid thing to do. It looked like an icicle. Oh, well. I won't have to worry about the sniffles this winter anyway. I wonder what the weather's like outside. I'll go take a look. I think it's clear enough. You know, a great day for the... I'll check the thermometer on the wall. Let's see. Oh, boy, it's really cold. Last night, a 32nd degree Mason went down 2 more degrees. I'll have to run down the basement to see how low it really is.
Well, good morning, son. Why, you look good this morning.
I do?
You need a shave, though.
You're looking at the back of my head. Well, I'm quick on them and come back in, huh? I'm hotter than a $2 smudge pot.
Sam, have you been outside yet?
Yep.
It ain't fit day out for man nor beast.
Well, then it looks like we have a pretty good chance today, don't it?
Sam, if I wasn't your ma, I'd say you were the #1 moron.
Well, that's because you don't want people to think you're bragging.
Would you like to ride into town to make some money shoveling snow?
Well, now, that's a crackerjack of an idea.
Where do you think...
The writer set up 3 days thinking of that. That's a crackerjack of an idea.
Do you think you're equipped for a job like that?
Well, yes, my feet... You know, when we get together, we used to have braces on our teeth, see? And we used to kiss each other just to watch the sparks fly. Sure, I'm equipped for a job for shoveling snow. My feet are the best shovels you'll ever seen.
Well, take a leg. I'll be waiting.
Okay, let's see if I've got everything. I got my longies, my sweatshirt, my pants, coat, gloves, fur cap with anti-rooms for my ears, fur-lined sunglasses.
Ma'am! Come on!
Okie doke, I'm coming.
Well, let's get going, stupid. You want to drive?
Yeah, hand me the steering wheel. That's funny, she won't bulge. Won't budge.
Well, no wonder. Lift your feet.
Oh, I forgot there's no floorboards on my side.
Now, careful. This road is as slick as glass. Makes the car slide from one side of the road to the other.
Oh, it ain't the ice that does that. You see, I learned to drive in California.
Well, there's the hotel. Let's go in and see if they want the snow cleared off their sidewalks.
Yeah. Why don't we pick out a place that they don't have any snow and then the job would be easier?
That's the stupidest remark I ever heard you say.
That's because you don't listen most of the time. Oh, it's cold.
Will you go in with me?
Yeah, I'll go in.
I'll go in with you. I want to get warm, too.
Yeah. Say, it's nice and warm in here, isn't it?
Who do we see about shoveling snow off their sidewalk?
I'm the man.
Oh?
You have a truck to haul the snow away?
Haul it away? That's wasteful. We'll just shovel it out in the street.
Then how will the customers drive up to my door?
Oh, yeah, I never thought of that. Oh, we could pile it up and burn it.
How can you burn snow?
Oh, details. Look, you want your walk cleared off or not?
Now, wait a minute, big ears.
Do you think my ears are big?
I sure do.
Well, you should have seen me before I had them finger waved.
That's so, Clem. He ain't interested in getting the snow cleared away. He'd rather have someone slip and fall and sue him.
Yeah.
See, I never thought of that.
Well,
Yeah, it's very simple deduction. Even an imbecile could think of that. Funny, I never thought of it either.
How much do you charge?
50 cents apiece.
$1 for both of you?
No, you don't. You can't get us to change our price, boy. Better make up your mind. We're pretty busy. You better let us shovel that snow off today, or we may not be able to get around to you till next summer.
But why should I pay both of you? She's the one with the shovel.
You see my buck teeth? When I get on my hands and knees and get my head shaking real fast, you'll see snow fly like I was a regular blizzard around.
Well, all right. Get to work.
Would you mind opening that cash register drawer again?
Why, do you want change?
No, my hand. Thank you.
Now get going.
First, let me count my fingers to see if you didn't shortchange me here.
Get out of here.
Come on, Mo. It's starting to snow again.
oh, this is going to be quite a job.
Yeah.
Heavy work, too.
Yeah. I hate to see you using that shovel, Mo. Let me see if I can't get you a better one.
Why don't you do something to help?
I'm helping. I'm sitting here catching the snowflakes in this bucket so you don't have to shovel them up later. Look, I'll go into the general store and see if this guy wants his walks cleared off, too.
Okay, but close your eyes when you go past them posters with the pretty girls on them.
Is that what's on them posters? Girls?
Ain't you ever seen a girl in person?
Well, I saw one at the county fair last year. Only I thought it was a freak. I'll go see about the job and about the writer that wrote this. Well, here's the general store.
Howdy.
Howdy doody to you, too. I'm shoveling snow off the walk next door. I was wondering if you'd like to have your walks cleaned off.
Well, there's no snow on my walks. I don't need them shoveled off.
Well, after I get the walk next door shoveled off, there's no place to put the snow, so I thought maybe you would like to have yours cleaned off, too.
But my walks are clean. I don't get the drift.
You will.
Now here's Dave Rose and the orchestra and their version of Horace Toccata. Now for that weekly homemaker hint from Jane Masters, co-director of the Norge Home Economics Department.
Do you know how to frost a cake on a serving dish without dribbling any frosting on the rim? Just cut 4 triangles of paper and place them around the cake dish, pointing in, so the wide part of the triangles cover the rim of the dish. Frost your cake on the paper, then pull out the triangles. And there's your cake all ready to serve on a clean plate.
Pretty neat. And for baking cake, the blended heat oven in the Norge electric range is pretty neat. The heat is so even everywhere in the big oven that you can bake 6 perfect cake layers at once. The heat you set is the heat you get from corner to corner. And the Norge blended heat oven not only bakes better, it bakes cheaper. Norge actually bakes with the electricity off 3/4 of the time. The new Norge electric ranges are on display at your local Norge dealers now. Be sure to see the new 4-way automatic model that cooks by remote control. You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
A page from the Mean Little Kid's Diary.
Remember when you were a little kid how important a bedtime story was to you? Especially if you could apply it to one of your own little problems.
All right, Junior, get out of those clothes. It's 10 minutes past your bedtime. Come on and let me help you get ready for bed.
All right.
Your father will be home soon.
Yeah, and you'll have to put him to bed.
Oh, that's true. Now, don't be silly.
Yeah.
Now, here, let me help you off with your blue jeans. Oh, black jeans, I should say.
Yeah, filthy little wacko, ain't it?
Good. And I put clean clothes on you before dinner. How will we ever get them clean?
Well, maybe you should send them out to the dry cleaners. But then when they come home, they'll be probably without all me buttons, see? And I could be like the rest of the family. Nuts. The whole family nuts.
That's all. Now, into bed with you.
Okay.
Now, let Mommy tuck you in.
Tuck me in, she said. Well, thank you, Warden.
And just to make sure you don't fall out of bed.
Would you feel bad if I fall out of bed?
Well, I certainly would. You might fall on your head and scratch up the nice wax job I did on the floor.
Nuts. The whole family's nuts.
Now, you're all tucked into your trundle bed. How about a bedtime story?
Okay, but don't ham it up like you usually do.
Now, this one is called A Dime, 10 Cents, 1/10 of a Dollar. And the story started in Washington at the United States Mint.
Oh, the United States Mint. That's the place where Bing Crosby owns, isn't it? Stay tuned in. He follows right after this.
One of the engravers was examining a shiny new dime.
Beautiful engraving, isn't it? It certainly is. But I wonder what good or evil this coin will bring to the world.
This statement made the little dime wonder about the world it was entering. But soon it was counted and taken to a bank where it was wrapped with 49 other shiny new dimes. Now it was time for the little dime to go out into the world and to do as the engraver had said, good or bad. His first use was as part of a payment to a woman who was closing her savings account.
Here you are, Mrs. Tuttle. $20, $30, $40, $45, $50.10. That's all you had in your savings account.
Well, I hate to withdraw everything, but this is an emergency.
Somebody ill?
No, I'm going to the races at Santa Anita.
Yes, you're going to need a dime for a loaf of bread.
Well, the little dime traveled fast after that. He visited cash registers, cigarette machines, slot machines, buses, subways. He bought food, medicine, candy for a crying child, a shoe shine for a fellow who was to meet his girl, bag of popcorn. Oh, yes, he traveled fast. But the little dime was unhappy.
Oh, dear, what has happened to my shiny surface? I'm beginning to look like one of those bad wartime pennies. I'm doing about as much good, too, you know. I wonder if I'll ever do anything worthwhile. In these times, I don't stand much chance, you know. I only buy a nickel's worth of stuff. The taxes has made me lose my self-respect. And look at this scar where somebody bit me to see if I was lead or not. And look at my face where liberty was written. If people don't keep on spending like they are, if they do keep on spending like they are for things they really don't need, boy, they're going to have inflation and wear the liberty off, too. Ah, but why should I be sad? I is important. They has a store named after me, the dime store. Only nothing lower than a quarter there now, though. The other day, I thought I had found some usefulness. I was in a man's pocket, all cuddled up to a nickel and 2 pennies and an Eisenhower button. And a man stopped at a newsstand, and he took a copy, and he threw me down on a stack of the paper. And there was the big headlines with these words. The March of Dimes is behind its quota. The March of Dimes. Oh, if I could only get away from the greedy fingers that are grasping me and join that great army of marching dimes. They're doing good. They're helping heal sick little children. And if only I could join that army of dimes, I would be so happy. For then I would know that I was intended as just a rate of exchange, not something to be worshipped. And just then I was picked up and I was put away in a pocket. For the first time, I was put away to rest. Rest. Why? Why now when I'm needed so badly? I wonder where I is now. Why am I being held a prisoner? Folks, would you look around, see if you had a dime? Maybe it's me. And while you're looking in your pockets, in your piggy banks, in your fruit jars, in your mattresses to find more than one dime, remember all dimes look alike. Won't you please send all of us to help fight this war against this awful disease? I'll help you win your victory. Please let me fight the enemy that may strike you. You get your value back when you see a little child walk again. And the God in which we trust will repay you with values far greater than my worth. He will repay you with a smile on some little child's face when he or she skips to school. Not limps, but skips. If you skip the March of Dimes, some little child may never skip again. Please, if you hold on to me, remember that to you, I am worth very little. Only a dime, 10 cents, 1/10 of a dollar. But if you'll only let me join that big army of dimes, I will be strong. And I'll make your children strong. And we'll conquer this infantile paralysis menace. Thank you for this.
Dave. Now, wasn't that a wonderful story?
Yes, Mummy.
Good night, Junior.
Yes, it was a nice story. Say, you know those 2 dimes you gave me from my piggy bank last week?
Yes.
Well, I didn't get around to putting them into my bank, see. He's been on a diet lately, you see. And besides, I thought I would invest in the jelly bean market while it was up. So you send one of those dimes and see if it can march, will you?
But, Junior, the little dime said you wouldn't know which one he was.
Well, if he can tell a story like that, then I'm willing to cooperate. Tell him to speak up. Up and tell which one of us he is.
Well, we'll send the one dime and hope that it's the little dime that wanted to do good.
Oh. Well, on second thought, Mummy Dow, maybe we better send both of them. I know when I get into a fight, I always like to, somebody with me, you know. And I'd like to have one of my little buddies, and I wouldn't want him sick. Besides, I'm kind of sleepy now, and I don't want that dime sitting on the foot of my bed pointing its little liberty at me all night, you know.
Oh, that's a good boy. Well, good night, child.
Good night, Mummy.
Sleep tight.
I will. My pajamas shrunk.
You want anything else before I turn off the light?
Yeah, take me skunk patrol tail from under me pillow, will you? Dickie Orland gave it to me. Said he'd give me a dime, so I might as well put that to work, too.
Good night, dear. The Lord has taken a liking to you.
This is Rod O'Connor saying, remember, in electric or gas ranges, refrigerators, home freezers, washers, or water heaters, everything Norge makes right. Stop in at your Norge dealers this week and see the new Norge remote-control electric range that bakes, broils, boils, or simmers automatically, turns itself on, cooks at the time and temperature you set, then turns itself off again, all while you're out. The range that gives you 7 faster cooking surface heat speeds. The range that's so thrifty it bakes with the electricity off 3/4 of the time. Yes, see the beautiful new Norge 4-way automatic electric range at your Norge dealers soon. And now until next week,
this is Red Skelton saying thanks for listening and reminding you that you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
join us again again next week for the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. This is a copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Costello. Put them all together and they spell Camel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. And draw up a chair for tonight's Camel Show starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Like that. Come here. Come over here. You're late again. Where have you been?
Hey, Abbott, I just come from the contractor that's building my new house. It's going to be a house with 7 gables.
You mean 7 gables?
Nope, 7 gables. When I build a house, I want it well built.
You dummy, wasting your time with a contractor when you've only got 48 hours to get rid of that money that you won last week before income tax time was due.
I'm trying to get rid of the money, Abbott.
Well.
Yesterday I bought a 1923 Maxwell for $75. But with it, I had to take $400 worth of accessories.
$400 worth of accessories?
Yes, I had to buy 2 horses to pull it.
You've got $38,000 to get rid of. And you've got to get rid of it and make sure that you don't get it back.
Okay. I'll get rid of it so it'll never come back.
How?
I'll lend it to Europe.
Costello, this is ridiculous. Why don't you just take the $38,000 down to the income tax office and pay the tax on it?
You can't do that, Abbott. I figured it out last night, and $38,000 will not pay the tax on $38,000.
Talk sense. Look, did you send in your estimated income for 1947? You know, that's the one where they ask you to guess how much you're going to make this year?
Oh, sure, I sent it in, but I didn't sign it.
Why didn't you sign it?
If they want me to guess how much I'm going to make, let them guess who sent it in.
Well, how about deductions?
My what?
Deductions. Like, when I file my tax, the man wanted to allow me $500 for my wife.
For your wife? That's way over ceiling.
Hey, look, I'm talking about dependents. You see, everybody comes under a different tax table. Now, if you're single, you come under one table. If you're married, you come under another table.
That did it, Abbott. I ain't paying no taxes.
Why?
I refuse to do business under the table.
Oh. Costello, you're impossible. You'll never figure that tax out. So you've got to get rid of that money. Now, hey, wait a minute. I've got an idea. The best place to lose money is at the racetrack.
Racetrack? That's wonderful, Abbott. I love horses. My favorite story is about a horse named Black Beauty.
Black Beauty?
Yes. Once upon a time, there was a little horse named Black Beauty. His mother was a bronco, and one night she died of a cold.
Oh, she had pneumonia.
She what?
She had pneumonia.
Yeah, it was bronco pneumonia.
Bronco?
Oh, Rabbit, will you keep out of this?
All right.
Why don't you go over to the livery stable and show him what a real jackass looks like?
Now, I'll have you understand I'm no jackass.
You're no jackass.
No.
Your ears are too long.
All right. Go on with the story.
Okay, now the farmer who owned Black Beauty, he loved him. And he used to brush and comb the horse.
No, you mean he curried the horse.
Why should he curry him? Black Beauty was big enough to walk.
All right.
Now, every morning the farmer would feed Black Beauty.
Yes, Black Beauty ate his fodder.
Yes, and after he would eat, he ate his fodder.
Certainly, every horse eats his fodder.
You mean he eats his fodder?
Yes. And his father eats his fodder, and his father eats his fodder.
Pretty soon there won't be no fathers left for Father's Day.
I mean, to feed a horse, you take a bag and put its fodder in it and hang it on his nose.
Now, ain't that a pretty picture? Black Beauty walking around with his fodder hanging on his nose.
No. Never mind that. What's the rest of the story about Black Beauty?
Well, Black Beauty liked the rain. Every time it would rain, he would run and run, and he would run in the water.
In other words, Black Beauty was a mudder.
Yes. Now, one day, Could I have that again?
He was a mudder.
Black Beauty was a mudder? Mm-hmm. How could a he be a mudder? Ain't a she a mudder?
Certainly not. Sometimes a he makes a better mudder than a she.
Well, we learn something new every day. Listen, Abbott, suppose a mama horse has little horses. Don't that make her a mudder?
Well, now that depends on her feet.
Yeah, and then... Well, if you ask a silly question, you get a silly answer.
No, Costello. I own racehorses and have one of the finest mudders in the world.
What has your mudder got to do with horses?
My mudder is a horse.
Now that you mention it, I see the resemblance.
Here.
Now, one day, everybody on the farm was very, very sad. The farmer was sad. All the little horses were sad, too. They were so sad
just a second, Lou. Wait a minute. Don't break me down. Why was everybody so sad?
Black Beauty was limping around.
Oh, that's too bad.
There was something wrong with his front legs. Mm-hmm. The farmer took Black Beauty to
he had something wrong with his forelegs.
Yes. And then after... Would you mind running that past me again, please?
I said he was having trouble with his forelegs.
I just told you he limped on his two front legs.
Well, Costello, a horse's forelegs are in front.
His forelegs are in front?
Yes.
What are those things in the back?
You don't understand. A horse has forelegs in front and hind legs in back.
Forelegs in front and hind legs in back?
Right.
What are we talking about, a horse or a centipede?
Listen, please. I'm trying to tell you that a horse has 4 legs in front.
Oh, Abbott, you're sure his 4 legs are in front?
Certainly.
Okay, then tell me this. What keeps his tail up?
His hind legs. Look, when I say that the horse has 4 legs in front, I don't mean that his 4 legs are in front. I mean his 4 legs are in front. A horse has 4 legs. But all 4 of them are not 4 legs.
Oh, when you say that a horse has 4 legs in front, you don't mean that his 4 legs are in front. You mean that his 4 legs are in front. A horse has 4 legs, but all of them are not 4 legs.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Experience is the best teacher. A young man and his girl at a dance.
Let's sit out this dance. I'd like to smoke. Cigarette for you?
Yes, please. Goodness, it's nice to be able to get the cigarettes you want again, isn't it?
Uh-huh. But you know, I learned something during that cigarette shortage. By smoking whatever brand I could get, I learned that there really are differences in cigarettes. I found I liked Camels so much.
Yes, the experience of smoking whatever brands of cigarettes they could get during that wartime shortage taught millions the differences in cigarette quality. Smokers' T-Zones, that's T for taste and T for throat, tested brand after brand. It was then that Camel's rich, full flavor and cool mildness registered so enjoyably with smokers that
today, more people smoke Camels than ever before.
Yes, during that wartime shortage, people smoked whatever cigarette they could get. But when they could get, and again choose, millions chose Camel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Now, while you enjoy a Camel, Skinny Anna sings Linda.
When I go to sleep, I never count sheep. I count all the charms about Linda. And lately it seems, in all of my dreams, I walk with my arms about Linda. But what good does it do me? For Linda doesn't know I exist. Can't help feeling gloomy. think of all the loving I've missed. We pass on the street, the heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while, and then I would get to know Linda. But miracles still happen, and when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine. Skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while, and then I would get to know Linda. But miracles still happen, and when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine.
Here's the racetrack. Now, Saturday night is the deadline for income tax, and you've got to lose that money. Now, I'll tell you how to bet because you don't know a horse from the side of a barn. That I know.
I do, too. Test me.
All right. Look over there. What is that? A horse or the side of a barn?
Abbott, this time you're right.
See, you know absolutely nothing about horses. You don't study form. You don't know track conditions. And with no information whatever, do you know what can happen to you, Lou?
Yes, I can win.
You can Costello, to lose, you've got to play long shot. Now, I've got a horse that goes off at 20 to 1.
Well, let's hurry, Abbott. It's 12:30 now.
Oh, no hurry, no hurry. No hurry. He doesn't go off till 3 o'clock.
I thought you said he was going off at 20 to 1.
He is. He goes off at 20 to 1 at 3 o'clock.
How can he go off at 20 to 1 if he goes off at 3 o'clock?
No matter what time he goes off, it'll still be 20 to 1.
It'll still be 20 to 1 at 3 o'clock?
That's right.
Abbott, let me smell your hair.
What do you mean? Go ahead.
Uh-huh. No smell, just as I thought. You've been drinking the hair tonic again.
You cut that out, Costello. You've got to lose that money. Now, the smart thing to do is buy a dope sheet.
You can get smart from buying a dope sheet?
Certainly. If you have the dope, you're smart. Is that clear?
Oh, sure. The horse goes off at 20 to 1 at 3 o'clock.
Never mind that. Hey, I think that fellow over there is selling tip sheets. Let's ask him.
Say, mister.
Yes?
Do you sell tips on horses?
As Dr. Livingston said to Stanley, you came to the right place. I've got Joe's tip sheet, Henry's tips, Eddie's tips, and asparagus tips.
Asparagus tips?
That's for green horse players.
Well, we'll take Joe's tip sheet. Is it any good?
As the Queen of Sheba said to Solomon, it's wonderful.
Look, mister, forget that. We want a tip sheet that picks losers.
Losers? Well, if you want to lose, I've got a horse that goes off at 20 to 1.
At 3 o'clock?
No, 4:30.
Look, mister. Cut it out! Look, mister, as Dr. Jekyll said to Mr. Hyde, take a powder.
All right. Quiet, Costello. Mister, give us a copy of Joe's tip sheet.
Fine, there you are. And as young Dr. Malone said to Ma Perkins, that will be $5.
Okay. Now I'll be able to pick the horses.
Oh, you mean you want to use Joe's tip sheet to pick the horses? Well, in that case, you'll need a copy of Henry's tip sheet. You see, that explains what Joe's tip sheet is all about.
How much is that?
$10.
Okay, I'll take it. Let's go, Abbott.
Just a minute, Fatty. Can you read the code in Henry's tip sheet?
Oh, sure. I can read... What code?
Well, then you'll need Don's tip sheet, which explains the code on Henry's tip sheet, which picks the horses in Joe's tip sheet. That'll be $25.
Oh. Come on, Costello. We've got to make some bets and lose that money.
Nothing doing, Abbott. I can lose all my money right here. Here's $25.
Thank you. And as Mrs. Chips said to Mr. Chips, goodbye. Goodbye.
Hey, Abbott. I don't need this guy's tip sheet. I got something right special from the feed box.
What is it?
Oats.
They're delicious. Now, look, Costello. Hey, there's Skinny Ennis. Maybe he can give us a loser.
Hiya, fellas. Hey, what time is it? 3 o'clock. Good. I got a horse that goes off at 20 to 1.
How can a horse go off at 20 to 1 at 3 o'clock?
Now, just a minute. I'm the straight man. Skinny, Costello's got a lot of money to lose. Do you know any slow horses?
Why, sure. Play Ashcan in the third.
Now, wait a minute. Are you sure Ashcan is a slow horse?
Is he a slow horse? Boys, if Paul Revere had ridden Ashcan, you'd be doing your baseball routine about cricket.
About cricket? I wonder how it would sound. Whom is on first?
Come on, Costello. Let's call for the first race. Let's get a bet down.
I'm going to play Whirlpool. Here, mister, 500 on Whirlpool to win.
They're off.
Hey, you got the bet down just in time, Costello. They're off. I hope Whirlpool doesn't win.
Abbott, the only way that horse could win is if he had an outboard motor attached to him. Well, he couldn't have won without it.
You idiot. Now you've got more money than ever to get rid of. Hey, look. Look at that lady's program and see what she's marking. Maybe she'll pick a loser.
Pardon me, madam. Could you sort of...
Well, if it isn't Mr. Abbott and Mr. Costello.
Oh, hello.
You fat little mon, you. What are you doing here at the Roost Trough?
Roost Trough? Oh, Abbott, you know what a roost trough is. That's where they room the hooses and the rooses.
Oh, I love to come to the trough and place my wagers with the bookmookers.
What a co-inky-dinky. I come here to drink Coca-Cola and eat Frankfurter and try to pick a wiener.
Well, it's been grand seeing you. I must be toddling along. As we say in French, je suis de la Pigalle in la qu'est-ce que c'est to you.
And a juicy dill pickle in the kissy-key.
Costello. Hey, Costello, we should come to the track more often. All the big movie producers come here, and we might make some good contacts.
Yes, while they're looking over the horses, they might think of a part for me. They might think of... What am I saying?
Hello, Miss Rabbit. Where are you going with that big bale of hay? Oh, pardon me, it's Costello. I just love the racetrack. You know, my late husband said I had the makings of a great horsewoman.
You're saying that wrong. Your husband said you had the makings of a great horse, woman.
Costello, you've just got time to play the third race. Now, look, let's try the old-fashioned method. Stick a pin in Mrs. Wetwash's program and play whatever you pick.
Okay, Mrs. Wetwash, may I borrow your hat pin?
Yes.
Thank you. Now hold up the program. I'll close my eyes and stab it with the hat pin.
Costello, you stuck Mrs. Wetwash with a hat pin. Look, she's jumping the fence. She's out on the track.
At the quarter, Mission Bell is going to the front. Busy Bee is second. Hey, just a minute, folks. There's an added starter out there. That's a strange-looking nag, but, brother, can she run?
Now you did it, Costello. Mrs. Wetwash is running in the race.
She'll probably win and pay a lot of money.
And the winner is the added starter, which has just been identified as Mrs. Wetwash. Isn't that a silly name for a horse?
That's a silly name for a woman. I wonder what she paid.
Mrs. Wetwash went off at 20 to 1 and came in at 3 o'clock.
How do you like that? Now the racetrack announcers are doing our routines, Abbott.
Camel presents lovely Marilyn Maxwell from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Beginning or the End. And for Camel fans everywhere, Marilyn sings...
When he don't sweet talk anymore, his kiss ain't like it was before. It's time you added up the score, my friend. That's the beginning of the end. He keeps you waiting for days. Make no excuse for being late. Wake up and recognize your fate, my friend. That's the beginning of the end. What he's doing to you, he did to me. But I
Oh, how could I see? Better be wise, better beware, or one of these days you'll turn around and he won't be there. Don't say that you never told. I know that character of old. When he starts straying from the fold, my friend, that's the beginning of the end. One of these days he'll turn around and he won't be there. Take it from me, I know that character of old. When he starts straying from the fold, my friend, that's the beginning of the end.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
This survey included doctors throughout America. 3 leading independent research organizations asked 113,597 doctors this question. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel. If you're seeking rich, full-bodied tobacco flavor for your taste, if you're on the lookout for cool mildness for your throat, why don't you try a Camel now on your T-zone? See if you don't say, like millions of other smokers, Camels suit my T-zone to a T.
Costello, we came to the racetrack today to lose money, and all you've done is win. Now, if you're stuck with that bankroll March 15th, you'll really be in trouble with your income tax.
I can't help it, Abbott. Gambling runs in my family. My Uncle Artie Stebbins was a big gambler, too. He once crossed the racehorse with a chicken.
You crossed a racehorse with a chicken?
Yeah.
What for?
So it could lay odds.
Pardon me, gentlemen. Would you like to buy a sweepstake ticket? They're 50 cents apiece.
Oh, sure. Here's $50. Give me 100 of them. Hey, wait a minute. The price marked on these tickets is $2. How can you afford to sell them so cheap?
The race was last year. Now, would you like to take a chance on this punch board? It pays 500 to 1.
Now, wait a minute. The punch board is all punched out.
I know, but where else could you get such beautiful odds?
Say, mister, who are you?
Now, let me think. Oh, I've got some business cards in my pocket. Would you mind reaching in and pulling one out? See, my hands are all covered with fingers.
Costello, there's something peculiar about this man. Look, he's wearing an iron watch chain, and it's 6 feet long.
Well, that's all right, Abbott. He's got a police dog in his pocket.
Now, pardon me, sir, but what are you doing here at the racetrack?
Oh, I own the race horse, Numbskull. My wife gave him to me for my birthday.
Your wife gave you a horse?
Yes, she didn't want me to have anything sharp.
Your wife must write your jokes, too. You haven't had anything sharp in the last 2 minutes.
Well, gentlemen, I've got to go now. I've got to hang up my horse.
Hang up your horse?
Yes, he's a Mustang, and he must hang someplace.
They ought to send that guy to the United Nations conference.
As a delegate?
No, it's a problem.
Oh. Come on, Costello. Let's take a look at his horse, Numbskull. He may be just the horse to lose your money on.
Oh, Louis Costello.
Costello, here's Marilyn Maxwell.
My, but you look pretty, Marilyn. That's a lovely dress you're wearing.
Oh, it's just something I threw on.
You must have thrown a curve. You smell good, too.
Oh, that's my new racetrack perfume. Chanel, number 8-5. Gee, Louis, didn't we have fun in the movies last night?
Yeah. I thought Ray Milland was wonderful in that picture, California.
But I think you have a much better-looking map.
Than Ray Milland?
No, than California.
Hey, look, Costello. There's that daffy guy's horse, Numbskull.
What a cute little horse.
Come on, I'll introduce you to him. Numbskull, this is Marilyn.
Hey, look, Costello. Here comes Mrs. Wetwash.
Well, Costello, what horse is that?
This is Numbskull. Numbskull, meet Mrs. Wetwash.
Oh, what a clever horse. You know I love horses.
Oh, can't get any men to go out with, huh?
Now listen, little fat boy. You embarrassed me this afternoon. But I'll forgive you for making me run in that claiming race. I hope you noticed that I won.
Yes, and I also noticed that nobody claimed you.
Well, come on, Mrs. Wetwash. Let's go make a bet on Numbskull. See you later, Louis.
Hey, look, Costello. There's our pretty little filly. She cost $3,000. Her name is Mignon.
$3,000 for a filly minion? That must include mushrooms and French fried potatoes.
And look at the next stall, Costello. There's a mare with a colt.
The mare has a colt?
Yes.
Well, if he's got a colt, why don't somebody give him a handkerchief? Get him some four-way colt tablets or something.
No. He doesn't need tablets or a handkerchief. I'm talking about a colt. That mare has a colt. The trainer will take that colt and teach it to run.
They got to teach a colt to run?
Naturally.
Brother, when I get a colt, it runs all by itself.
Look, Lou. Here comes the groom with the horse's bridle. He's getting ready to lead her away by the halter.
Abbott, stop the wedding.
Stop the wedding?
Sure, by the time the horse's groom leads the bridle to the halter, that colt will start running and she'll sneeze right in that groom's kisser.
Come on, Costello. That's the post call for the last race. And you've got to bet on a loser to get rid of that money. Remember your income tax.
Abbott, I'm going to bet it all on Numbskull. I've been looking up his form. He's got to lose.
What does the form say?
Well, it says he was beaten at Santa Anita. He was an also ran at Tanforan. He came home in the dark at Hollywood Park and showed a weakness and the Preakness.
Okay. Numbskull it is. Let's get the bet down.
Numbskull by 2 lengths. Banjo is second, and Bazooka is third.
Oh, no.
They're cutting into the stretch. Numbskull is in front by 3 lengths.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. And the winner is Gertie's Corset.
Did you hear that, Costello? The winner was Gertie's Corset.
That was a tight squeeze. Well, we did it, Abbott. The money's all gone. I don't have to worry about no income tax.
Attention, everybody. Hold all tickets. There's been a disqualification. Gertie's Corset got rough in the stretch and broke in front of Numbskull.
How do you like that? They busted Gertie's Corset.
And here is the judge's decision. The officials are putting up Numbskull's number and taking down Gertie's Corset.
You hear that, Costello? Numbskull's number is up.
So is mine. Alcatraz, here I come. Come on, Abbott.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment for Camel Cigarettes. During the war, the makers of Camel cigarettes sent a total of more than 150 million free Camels to our fighting men overseas. Now, free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Louisville, Kentucky, USAAF Station Hospital, Bowling Field, Washington, D.C., U.S. Naval Hospital, Santa Margarita Ranch, Oceanside, California, U.S. Marine Hospital, Mobile, Alabama, and Veterans Hospital, Northport, Long Island, New York. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are still stationed, and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now, back to Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Well, Costello, you didn't succeed in getting rid of that money, did you?
No.
So now you've got to pay income tax on it.
Oh, I don't care, Abbott. I'm a happy guy. I'm always happy in the springtime.
Say, that's right, Costello. Next week is the first day of spring. I have an idea. Let's get together next Thursday and plant a nice garden. I'll help you sow the seed.
Sow the seed?
Yeah.
What's the matter? Is it torn?
Now, wait a minute. Don't start that. Good night, folks.
Good night. Good night.
Listen to Abbott and Costello next Thursday when Costello plants a spring garden. Don't miss it, because Bud and Lou are going to do their famous sow the seed routine.
Smokers, if you want to give your pipe real pipe appeal, pack your pipe with Prince Albert. Yes, just see if Prince Albert doesn't make your pipe extra appealing because it combines rich, full-bodied tobacco flavor with cool, tongue-easy mildness. Prince Albert is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite and crimp cut to burn slow and even. So pack your pipe with good PA for pipe appeal. More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco. Saturday night, hear Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry, the rollicking, foot-tapping fun show that stars Red Foley, singer of American folk songs, and his guitar. Don't forget that Saturday night on NBC for Grand Ole Opry with Red Foley, the Duca Paducah, and Minnie Pearl.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Abbott and Costello will soon be seen in the new Universal International picture, Buck Privates Come Home. This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel. Stay tuned now for the Eddie Cantor Show.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is chair. C-H-A-I-R.
Really?
You bet your life. Elgin America, creator of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, magic action lighters, finest dresser sets, presents Groucho Marx in the Elgin American show, You Bet Your Life. A comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here's that sterling Elgin American, the one, the only.
Last time I saw him, he was coming down the chimney. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again, old Chris Kringle Marx, with $1,000 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who's first to try for us?
We invited some messenger boys to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Harvey Crater, and here he comes with his partner Fred Knopf, who was selected because of his unusual occupation. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Merry Christmas and welcome for Elgin American Complex. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins a 16-millimeter Apollo sound movie projector. It's a common word, something you use every day. You're a messenger boy?
That I am.
Who do you work for?
Oh, the Red Arrow Bonded Messenger Corporation.
Where are you from?
Oh, back east.
Far east or the Middle East?
Oh, I think it's more about the middle. Iron River, Michigan.
Oh, that Middle East, I see. Of course, it's obvious you weren't born at home. Messenger boy would have to be born in a delivery room. Are you married?
No.
Do you have a girl?
Oh, that I have.
Mm-hmm. Nice girl. What does she look like?
She kind of resembles you.
Can't you get another girl? Mr. Fred Knott, is that?
That's right.
You were chosen from the audience because of an unusual occupation. What's unusual about your job, Mr. Knott?
Well, I manufacture bottles to break over people's heads, make rain, snow, fire, earthquakes, anything of that nature.
What's so unusual about that? Huh?
Well, I'd like to clarify that a little bit.
I wish you would.
I'm one of the supervisors of the Special Effects Department at Universal International Studio, and that's my job to do the special effects required for picture work.
Do you do any special work around Christmas? For example, could you make it snow?
Sure.
What do you use for snow? Cornflakes?
Cornflakes.
With strawberries and cream, or just straight cornflakes? Have you ever thought of using snow?
That's too tough here in California.
What's the toughest job you ever tackled in the movie business? Making an earthquake?
No, an earthquake is very easy. I think one of the toughest assignments I ever had was getting some chickens to fly out of a piano. The gag was that when they opened the piano, the chickens were supposed to fly out. When he tried this, nothing happened. So we finally had to just put a wire on each and every one of the chickens and yank the whole works out at once.
What picture was this in?
That was in an Olson & Johnson picture.
Well, that explains it. What do you do on your job, Harvey?
Pick up and delivery.
Just what do you deliver?
Well, anything.
Could you deliver the Republican vote?
It would have to be something to fit in the station wagon.
What's that?
It would have to be something to fit in the station wagon.
Well, the vote they got in the last election, you could put in the station. Not only you could put it in the station wagon, you could put it in the glove compartment. Where do you get most of your business, Mr. Crater?
Well, from department stores. Anybody who needs emergency delivery service in a hurry.
Mm-hmm. And how do you handle these emergency calls? In the jet plane?
No, we use the station wagon, but in the downtown area, we like to use bicycles.
You use a bicycle for speed?
Well, sure. I can make better time downtown on a bike than you can in an automobile.
Maybe downtown, but not on Mulholland Drive. Well, you both certainly have interesting jobs, and now George has the perfect Christmas gift from our sponsor.
Yes, Groucho, a perfect Christmas gift for any woman. And I'm sure Mr. Knott's wife will love this sterling silver compact engraved in 14-karat gold. And Harvey's girlfriend will love one just like it. They're by Elgin American, of course.
You're a garrulous fellow, aren't you? Anything embarrassing ever happen on your job, Harvey? Such as delivering a message the same day it was given to you?
No, not on the job. But something did happen to me at a party when I was awful embarrassing.
What was that?
Well, it seemed we got involved in a kissing game. And I don't know how it happened, but a hook from my partial plate got caught in between her teeth. And when
No, slower. I didn't... Where was your girl while this was going on? The one that looks like me. Huh? Don't think I'll ever forget that, huh? And don't think she ever will either. Well,
anyway, when I finally broke away...
Did you sing thanks for the memory?
She said it was a time and a place for everything.
Now I know why your girl looks like me. Now, what's the most valuable item you ever delivered, Lightning?
Well, it was a piece of jewelry valued at $5,000.
You mean they trusted you, a perfect stranger, with all that stuff?
Oh, sure. We're all bonded.
So's old Granddad. I've seen him disappear pretty fast. Well, you certainly make an unusual team, and I hope you'll be very happy together. In just 1 minute, you're going to work together as a team for $1,000. But first, listen to this.
It's almost the night before Christmas, and there's plenty stirring at our house. Gifts to deliver, cards to address, and we're far from broke, even giving the best. Elgin American.
The loveliest dresser set for swanky Aunt Carrie. That sensational lighter case for smooth Uncle Harry.
And Mother's Elgin American simulated pearls. Gorgeous strands, earrings and rope. She'll let me borrow them, I hope.
Yes, our magnificent compact magic action lighter and cigarette cases just couldn't be righter than Elgin American makes them. And talk about values. Elgin American beats them all. Looks like $1 million for prices so small.
And there's also American Beauty to save you even more. It's Elgin American's companion line, the extra thrifty adore.
So these last 3 days, do as millions have done. Buy the finest gifts made by the only, the one, Elgin American.
All right, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,000 question. You're going to play You Bet Your Life, Fenneman, and bring them up to date on the rules.
Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's going on out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs that ask questions as your category. Is that right? How much of the $20 you're going to risk?
$10.
$10. All right. Jerry Fielding will play, and you give me the title of the song. Play, Jerry. it's true when they say about Dixie is right.
And they're on their way with $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of your $30 are you going to try?
20.
Give me the title of this song.
How much do you love me?
One answer between you now.
How deep is the ocean?
How deep is the ocean is right, huh?
Now they have $50.
All right, here's your third question. How much of the 50 will you try?
45.
$45, all right. What's the name of this song? The name of that is Don't You Love Me Anymore. You've got $5. Now, how much you going to bet now?
$3, I guess.
No, we'll shoot the 5.
All right, you're going for $5. What is the name of this song? It asks a question. Good and loud, and what is it?
Do you remember? Remember me.
Remember me is right, sir.
And they wind up with $10.
Thanks and good luck from Elgin American. Now stick around. You might still get a chance at the $1,000 question.
Groucho, the secret word is still chair. Perhaps our next couple will say it. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a school teacher and a housewife. And here they are, Miss Betty Pearson and Mrs. Julie Gibson. Meet Groucho Marx.
Merry Christmas, girls. And if one of you says the secret word, she wins a 16-millimeter Apollo sound movie projector. It's a common word, something you use every day. Teachers like that when I went to school. I wonder if I couldn't take another course or two. School teacher and a housewife, eh? You're the housewife, huh?
Yes.
Miss Julie Gibson, huh? Oh, you're the school teacher?
Yes,
Betty
I'm the school
Jane
teacher.
Pearson, huh? Where are you from, Betty?
Well, I'm from Whittier. It's about 12 miles east of Los Angeles.
What does your husband do, Betty?
I don't have a husband.
Well, then you probably don't know what he does, huh? Well, that's the best way to keep a husband happy if you don't know what he does, huh? But would you like a husband, Betty?
Yes, I think so.
Anybody out here got an old husband and not you? Mrs. Gibson?
Yes.
Where are you from, Julie?
Oh, I'm from all over.
That's a good place to be from.
My husband was in the Air Corps, and we traveled a lot until recently, but I originally came from Florida.
Uh-huh. How'd you meet your husband? Were you in a parachute or something?
No. I was on a house party down in Florida, and the doorbell rang, and I went to the door, and this man stepped in the door and frightened me so much. I screamed and fell down the chair.
Why? You don't know it, Mrs. Gibson, but you just said the secret word, which is chair, and George over here will tell you what you won.
A 16-millimeter Apollo sound movie projector. Now, Mrs. Gibson, you can show regular Hollywood sound movies or movies you take yourself. It sells for $129.50.
How'd you meet your husband, Mrs. Gibson?
I don't have a husband.
What grade do you teach at school, Betty? I'll call you Betty, huh?
That's fine.
That's fine.
Well, I'm in the first grade.
You're in the first grade? What do you teach in the first grade? ABC?
Well, sort of. We teach reading and writing and number work and games and English.
You teach English, huh?
Yes.
How's my English?
Well, you speak fairly well, but sometimes...
Thanks for the qualifying.
Sometimes you're a little careless with your syntax.
You say my syntax?
Yes.
You even got a tax on that now. Mrs. Gibson, who disciplines the youngsters, you or your husband?
I do.
Why?
Well, my husband doesn't like to spank them.
I see. And you like to slug them?
Well, no, it hurts me worse than it hurts them.
You mean they slug you back, huh? Mrs. Pearson, do you believe in spanking youngsters, or should they be allowed to have their own way?
Well, I think you should strike a middle course.
Well, that's certainly the best place to strike them, huh? Anything exciting ever happen around your school?
The biggest thrill I ever had was the first day I started to teach school, and I stood in my own room, and there were 35 children, which were my own, and I...
How's your husband, Mrs.
I don't have a husband.
Still haven't got a husband. Suppose you got up Christmas morning and there lying under the tree was a handsome, wealthy, lovable young bachelor. What would you do?
I'd call the police.
That's a good idea. They could hold him until you got a preacher. Now, we'd like you to have perfect Christmas gifts from our sponsor.
For each of our ladies, Elgin American's beautiful simulated pearls. They're the finest pearls made by man. Nothing could be nicer for Christmas.
Thank you very much. They're beautiful.
All right, now let's play your bet your life for $1,000. You run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the big question later. Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The messenger and the movie man earned $10.
You selected famous children of fact and fiction, is that right?
That's right.
Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to risk?
10.
10, 15.
15 then? 15.
15. What was the name of the poor English boy who became a wealthy merchant? He owned a famous pet cat.
Was it Moby Dick? No, that was...
No, he owned a whale, huh?
Was it David Cox? Oh.
No. I'm sorry. It's Dick Whittington, and you should have known that, Betty.
They now have $5.
You now have $5. Well, that's a shame. How much of the $5 will you try?
Oh, $1, I think. $2.50.
How about $2.98?
Okay.
$2.50, huh? Okay. What was the name of the kid in the Arabian Nights that owned a magic lamp?
Aladdin.
Aladdin is right.
Well, they're on their way, and they have $7.50.
All right, you now have $7.50. For the price of a very fair steak at the Brown Derby. Here's your third question. You have $7.5. How much are you going to bet?
7.5.
You're going to shoot the worst, huh? What was the name of the girl who had a party with the Mad Hatter?
Alice.
Alice in Wonderland is right.
Now they have $15.
You got 15 smackers. How much are you going to risk?
$15.
$15. What is the name of the little wooden marionette whose nose grew every time he called? Pinocchio is right.
Now they wind up with $30.
Okay. Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compacts. Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play You Bet Your Life, and then we know who gets the chance at the $1,000 question. But right now, I want you to pay attention to this.
Good gracious, I've nothing for the Johnsons yet.
Oh, gifts for girls at the office.
Heavens, what can I get this late for Jim's boss?
Keep calm, folks. It's not too late to buy the gifts that will make a big hit, do you proud, and look more expensive than they are. Elgin American gifts for men and women. Exquisite compact cigarette cases, dresser sets, luxurious simulated pearls, sensational lighter cases, magic action lighters, an almost endless choice of the most wanted gifts, all at real value prices. Gifts with the world's finest designing and craftsmanship, the prestige of the leading name in its field, the thrill of saying it's an Elgin American. So make your last-minute shopping a big success. Tomorrow, buy the first in fashion, first in value gifts of them all. Elgin American Gifts.
Now then, we'll soon know who's going to earn the most money and get the chance at the $1,000 question. George, who's ahead so far?
The housewife and the school teacher are leading with $30. And Groucho, the secret word is still chair. Our next couple doesn't know what it is.
We invited some college students from foreign countries to the show tonight, and here comes the couple selected by our studio audience just before we went on the air. Miss Ruth Nicole and Mr. Jan Dykstra meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, to You Bet Your Life, and Merry Christmas. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins a 16-millimeter Apollo sound movie projector. It's a common word, something you use every day. College students from foreign countries, eh? Miss Nicole, is that right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Parlez-vous français?
No.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch, honey?
No.
Habla usted español, kiddo?
Oh, sí, señor.
If I knew I could do it. Chinese, huh?
I'm from Guatemala.
Guatemala, huh? What part of China is that in?
It's Central America, between Mexico and Honduras, in the tropical Central America.
Uh-huh. And are all the girls as attractive as you down there?
Well, I don't know. You come down.
I'm sorry to ignore you, but
It's a beautiful girl here. That's right.
Jan Dykstra?
Yes.
What language do you speak, Jan? John?
Well,
How do you pronounce that, Jan?
Jan, that's right. That's my name.
What language do you speak? Huh?
French, German, Italian, Indonesian, Greek, and then I have a dialect, Frisian. It's a part of Holland.
Well, you're a waiter of zeros, eh?
And then I speak
All right, I give
English.
up.
I speak English,
Yeah,
too.
I should say you do. You speak very good English. How is your syntax? Huh? What part of Holland are you from, Jan?
Well, I'm from Utrecht. It's not far from Amsterdam and The Hague. It is in the middle of the country.
Mm-hmm. What college are you attending?
UCLA.
UCLA, huh? What college is so fortunate as to have you, Miss Nicole?
Southern California.
What are you taking at USC? Your English professor?
I am taking English.
You're taking English?
And journalism.
What are you studying, Dutch Street?
Oh, political science.
Political science.
But that is not a Dutch street.
That's no treat at all, is it? How old are you, Jan?
24 years, next month.
24, huh? And may I ask your age, Miss Nicole?
Of course.
How old are you?
21.
21, huh? Dutch Bob, don't you miss being home for Christmas?
Very much.
Holland is the original home of Santa Claus, isn't it?
Yes, we do have a Santa Claus.
Does he
but we
climb down the chimneys over there?
No, he didn't climb down the chimneys. Our Santa Claus, we call him Santa Claus, and he didn't come at Christmas, but at the 5th of December. And he himself is a dignified old bishop with a long beard and not a jolly round face as your Christmas man. And he rides around on a white horse.
Does Kris Kringle come down there south of the border?
Yes, but we know him as St. Nicholas.
St. Nicholas.
St. Nicholas.
Mm-hmm. What do you want for Christmas, Miss Nicole?
Well, as long as I'm not going home, I like the people who have been so damnified by those terrible floods in Guatemala to have better Christmas, because they're going to have a very sad one this year.
That's I'm sorry to hear that. Does a Latin American girl ever run into unusual situations over here?
Oh, yes. I had a letter for my father that I wanted to mail. And I wanted to mail the letter, and I saw a box, and I pulled the lever, and nothing happened, so I said, well, nothing happened. Things go wrong in the United States. And fire engines began to come all over the place. And then came the fire chief and everybody. And then I discovered that this was not a mailbox, but a fire alarm box.
Well, you lost the letter and got the ladder. Now, what are your impressions of the United States, Miss Nicole? For example, what impresses you most about this country?
Oh, there are so many things, but I'd say hamburgers are very special.
Here we have the Grand Canyon, the Chrysler Building, Niagara Falls, Tallulah Bankhead. And what impresses her most? A piece of meat on a bun. I mean, what do you like about the United States?
I like the theaters and the beaches. They're beautiful beaches, especially Malibu.
What do you dislike about the United States? And now, be frank.
Oh, Oh, there are many things.
There are?
It's true, yes. I have a great gripe against the United States.
What are your gripes out here?
There are those doors that are marked in and out. And if you try to get in and it's marked out, then it goes against your nose and it breaks it.
Don't they have any doors in Central America?
Oh, they are not marked in and out. You can go in whatever you like.
You can?
Oh, yes.
I tried that once and got thrown out. Well, you certainly are a charming couple. We enjoyed having you here, really. And now, before we proceed, we want you to have the perfect Christmas gift from our sponsor.
For Ruth, this lovely sterling silver compact with 14-karat gold engraving. And Elgin American, of course, the perfect Christmas gift.
Oh, thank you.
You like it, Ruth?
It's beautiful. Thank Mr. and Mrs. Elgin for me.
Not only Mr. and Mrs. Elgin, I'll thank Mr. and Mrs. American.
You too.
And what have you got for Old Dutch Cleanser over here?
Elgin American's popular cigarette case with today's smart leather-like look. Something to show off to your friends.
Beautiful. Well, I'm glad you like it, Jan. Now, let's play You Bet Your Life. You beat the other couples, you get a crack at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The school teacher and the housewife were ahead with $30.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected world leaders as your category.
That's right.
Okay, now here's your first question. You've got $20. How much do you want to try?
5?
No, let us do 6. $1 more.
All right, who is Argentina's president?
Perón.
Perón is right. You can decide on a single answer between you, huh?
So on the right, Grouch, you only have $26.
Okay, you got $26. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the 26 will you try?
Should we go one higher?
Oh, go 10 this time.
10? Okay, 10.
Who is the Prime Minister of India?
Nehru.
Nehru is right.
Declining now, we have $36.
All right, you got $36. Here's your third question. How much of the 36 are you going to risk?
15?
Okay, $15.
$15. Who is the Chief of State of Spain?
Franco.
Francisco Franco.
Now they have $51.
You've got $51, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
25.
25.
Who is the Prime Minister of England?
Attlee.
Attlee is right.
And that means that these people, the college students, with their $76, get the chance at the $1,000 question. And now, a word from Myron Wallace. The name Elgin American means the very finest quality, designing, finish, and craftsmanship. The best value. In exquisite compacts, gorgeous simulated pearls, magnificent dresser sets, magic action lighters, wondrous lighter cases, distinguished cigarette cases, handsome military sets, fascinating musical humidors. Your favorite store has a complete assortment of the newest Elgin American styles right now. See them. And for your own proud use, for thrilling prestige gifts, always buy Elgin American. And here's the winning couple, the college students.
Ready to try for $1,000, eh? Good luck, and I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, and no help in the audience, please. Here it is. Now that military government has been abandoned in Germany, who is America's civilian high commissioner in charge of our interests there? All right, Mr. Dixter, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
McCloy.
Absolutely. That's right, you win $1,000. You had the right answer, so you win $1,000 from Elgin American Compacts. What are you going to do with all that money?
Well, I'm going to use it for my thesis writing. I hope to get more material from Holland.
What about you, Miss
My
Nicole?
money will go to Guatemala to indemnify of the floods.
Well, that's a wonderful way to spend it. Thanks to and congratulations to both of you. Thank you.
Show, You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Remember, next week's big question pays $1,000. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for You Bet Your Life, starring Groucho Marx, presented by the creators of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, magic action lighters, and finest dresser sets, Elgin American.
Good night, folks. Have you looked at your compact lately? Don't go away now. Bing Crosby's next.
Could be, I suppose. But just a second, Miss Donahues. Maybe Vic would know about that. Just a second. Vic? Yeah, what's your father doing? In the basement with her next guy. Ask him to come to the head of the stairs a minute. Okay. Miss Donahues? All the men in the family are upstairs getting into clean shirts. Well, we don't hardly think of them as company, but Sister Miss Stembottom are coming over to play cards after this. Yes. Oh, I bet that is aggravating. I remember one time I had that happen. Just a second, Miss Donahues. Donahues' doorbell is stuck and won't stop ringing. Well, she don't want you to come right over. All she wants to know is, will there be any danger in stuffing some cotton in between the clapper and the bell? No, there's no necessity for any foolishness. Just a little apprehension. She might blow a fuse or something, stuffing cotton in the doorbell. And one sorry about all this folderol, Miss Donahues. Vic's coming downstairs. I guess he wants to talk with you. Is Miss Elder still there? Oh. Yeah, she's a hysterical type person.
2 buttons off your shirt, man. She wanted to announce there's 2 buttons off your shirt.
Yes, that's true.
She told me to wear a white shirt, and it's the last clean white shirt I got. That don't solve the problem.
Yes, I can hear it ringing, Miss Donahues. Oh, I guess there's not a speck of danger in stuffing a little cotton in between the clappers.
All right. Now tell me exactly what happened. One side first. But don't go away. Stand by.
Just a second, Miss Donahues.
Tell her to keep cool and not to fight.
She's not fighting. She just wants to know.
Well, the doorbell stuffing won't stop ringing.
Yeah. She tell her to cross the street, run over for a minute, and push the doorbell button, and it either jams or... Let's not have a beat.
One side, son. I'm not in the road. But don't go away. I might need to run a few errands.
That's not have anything to do.
Miss Donahues? Yes. I understand you're having a little trouble. Yes, I can hear it digging. Well, now, the first thing, Miss Donahues, is to keep your head. Don't get overexcited.
Don't you know?
No, there's absolutely nothing to get panic-stricken about, so just keep calm, and I'll be right over.
We got company coming.
That's the spirit, Miss Donahues. If you feel the impulse to get panic-stricken, what? No, I don't think I'd advise that, Miss Donahues. No, by all means, don't stuff cotton in the doorstep. No. All right, Miss Donahues. And I'll be right over. Goodbye.
What is this, then?
Rush. Where's Rush?
Over here.
What you doing?
Just about to raise this window and see if I can hear Miss Donahues' doorbell ringing.
He's there.
Huh?
Stop. You will proceed immediately to the basement and fetch me my screwdriver, hammer, monkey wrench, and oak wrench.
Oh, now, hey.
Oh, hop along, right?
I got 2 buttons off my shirt.
How's that?
I got 2 buttons off my shirt.
This is no time for trivialities, my boy. On your way. Screwdriver, hammer, monkey wrench, and oak wrench.
Well, you realize Fred Moose will walk in here in a minute.
Cards? How would you like to have me play cards? What? You'd have me complacently play cards while the poor woman next door is being driven frantic by that constant ringing?
Any such thing being driven frantic. She was laughing about her doorbell being stopped.
I heard of that.
Well, sure.
After shot through with hysteria.
Oh.
Fine specimen of manhood I'd be if I allowed that poor panic-stricken
You're
woman...
just eager to get a chance to tinker around with electricity.
I beg your pardon?
You like to putter and fiddle around and stuff. Same way with doorbells or jar with alarm clocks. Can't keep your hands off.
You're behaving a little feverish yourself. There's nothing serious about this, Donahues, isn't it?
Well, of course it's nothing serious.
I'll fix that doorbell in the trunk.
She can fix it in a trice. All she's got to do is stand on a chair and stuff a little cotton in the do-jigger.
Yes, and perhaps get a shock that might kill it. The electrical setup in a modern residence state is very much like a human nervous system. Why, it's childish and primitive to think of stuffing cotton in the system.
Come on, Dringer.
Well, hurry up, Rush. Tell her to keep cool now.
What?
If that's Miss Donahues, tell her to keep cool. I'll tell her I'll be there immediately.
Oh. Hello? Oh, yes, Ruthie. Oh, now, hey. Oh, no, but Fred always buys the trees.
You bring everything? Yeah. Give me my overall.
Well, gollies, if you insist. All right, just a minute. Flavor ice cream you want?
Doggone overall shrunk like a house afire last time they got washed. Can't hardly get them on.
Why do you need overalls just to fix the little doorbell?
Yes?
That's fine, too. Flavor ice cream you want?
Oh, you better count me out.
Why?
This might be an all night job.
Hey, now listen, you're not going to drive this station up in the ground.
Look, is that roll of rubber tape still in the pantry? I may need it to wrap around my hammer and insulate the handle against any of that.
Oh, yes, thank you. Flavor ice cream you want?
Caramel.
Fred hates caramel.
Chewy fruity.
Fred likes chocolate.
All right, then chocolate.
I'm not even talking to you. Chocolate there?
Run and get me that roll of rubber tape.
I'm sorry to take all this time, Ruthie. We had to discuss what flavor would taste the best. Yeah. Decided on chocolate. Yes. They're standing here just foaming at the mouth. He's so anxious to taste chocolate ice cream. Yes. All right, ladies. And you scold that nasty old Fred for always insisting on buying the trees. All right, lady. Goodbye. They're at the drugstore. Be here in just a few minutes.
Overalls, he's too tight.
What you need overalls for?
This might turn out to be a dirty, messy business.
No, just for mercy.
And so what am I going to do?
Where's Rush?
I sent him after that roll of rubber tape. Working around electricity, your fellow needs to insulate his tools. Where's Mr. Donahues tonight?
He's taking a freight drag to Kansas City.
When will he be back?
Tomorrow, sometime, I guess.
No need to notify him.
What?
I say there's probably no need to notify him his wife run into this trouble.
Have you gone out of your head or what? Stop and think a half a second. Nothing's happened. Donahues' doorbell is stopped and won't stop ringing. Is that any big urgent calamity that
I bet
requires...
she's almost frantic.
Well, why would she be almost frantic?
The constant unceasing jangling of a doorbell would drive anybody frantic.
Oh.
Remember when Fred's auto horn got stuck and kept tooting? You said it made you so nervous.
This isn't an auto horn. A little dinky doorbell. All Miss Donahue's got to do is stuff a little cotton in it. As far as that goes, all she has to do is give a jerk and disconnect the wire. Fred and Lucy are on their way. It's not going to let you go over next door there and take doorbells apart while our company sits here twiddling their thumbs.
You got it, sir?
Yeah, but I can't do a lot of hunting.
Okay.
Sir?
Yes, sir.
I said, I'm just not going to let you go over there next door and take doorbells apart while our company sits here.
I may be able to put my finger on the situation in 2 minutes.
I bet if you go, you stay half an hour.
You coming along, son?
Okay.
Good. I felt I could depend on you. We'll handle this little matter, you and me. We'll extricate Miss Donahue from this.
Job one thing. Oh?
Goodbye, Faye.
Huh?
We're on our way.
Wait a minute.
I don't think you'd best tarry.
Wait, this is Miss Donahue.
Yes?
I see Miss Donahues. Ha-ha. Ah, sure. All right, Miss Donahues. You bet. Goodbye.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
Why didn't Miss Donahue telephone?
The straight crisis is over. She poked a pin at the stuck doorbell button a couple times, and it's come out easy as pie. The ringing stopped, and now everything is dandy. You look fine.
I was fine.
You look wonderful. Standing there in your overalls with a hammer in one hand and a monkey wrench in the other, and your face all flushed, your eyes all wild, and your breath coming in quick little gasps.
Tavern, where do you late meet to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, a real big shot, Duffy. Monty Woolley. And that ain't hay. Or is it? Well, you remember Woolley, Duffy, the wise old actor with a sage old brush? Well, look, Duffy, somebody's got to play Santa Claus at the Christmas party, so, as long as Monty's going to be here, the old adagio, a beard in the hand. Yeah, sure, I'll ask him. Well, I'll call you back, Duffy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Duffy's Tavern. Come in and meet Finnegan, Eddie the waiter, and Miss Duffy, our singer Bob Graham, Fleet Pete Reeves and his orchestra, and our special guest tonight, Monty Woolley, and Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hey, Eddie, where's the soap?
The soap? Miss Duffy, you got a new girl?
No, Eddie, I want to write a poem on a mirror.
Poem on the mirror?
Certainly, the annual Christmas poem. And, Eddie, if I do say so, it's probably the finest opus I have ever opened. Got that real Christmas flavor.
Say, any chance of a fella not hearing it?
Certainly, Eddie. Listen to this thing. Merry Christmas to you all. Be of bright cheer and joyous. Leave us Yule a log on the fire. And leave not naught annoy us. Come lift your beakers and quaff us a skull. Kiss Kringles abroad in the snow. I quaff, lads, and laugh, lads. Ha-ha. Hee-hee. Ho-ho. You like it, Eddie?
It'll go beautifully with that cracked mirror. Okay, here's the soap.
And, Eddie, while I'm doing it, how about you Christmasing up the joint a little bit? Here, hang up these wreaths.
Yes, where'll I hang them?
Well, leave one dangle over each table.
That's a good idea. Then after each customer has finished eating, we can just lay the wreath right on his chest.
Eddie, don't be so persistent.
Say, Archie.
Oh, yeah, Miss Duffy.
Where do you think is the best place
place for me to hang these mistletoes.
Well, how many you got there? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Miss Duffy, you're going to hang 7 mistletoes around this joint?
What do you want me to do? Stand in one place all the time?
Well, you mean to tell me that you got all these sap set for Breckenridge hot and soda?
Oh, him.
Oh, him? What's the trouble?
Oh, I just found out what he's getting me for Christmas. A $2 bottle of perfume. Isn't that cheap?
Well, now, wait a minute, Duffy. You know, $2 a bottle for perfume might not be cheap. It all depends, is it? A quarter or a fifth?
Archie, everybody knows that perfume don't come in quarts or fifths. This is a pint. Gee, I thought maybe he would get me a fur coat or maybe an alligator bag.
An alligator bag? What would you do with it? You ain't got an alligator.
Oh, what's the use of standing here talking to you? Once a man, always a man.
And you can say that again. Eddie, did you ever beat the likes of these dames? They're all so mercenary, you know?
That is sure. You know, that Sonia Jones of mine is still expecting that mink coat. Plus
what?
Plus a diamond bracelet and a ruby engagement ring, which I also promised her. You see, the other night I sort of took her off, and when we talked about the mink coat, she kind of put her arms around me, and then I mentioned the diamond bracelet, and she gave me a great big kiss. Then I saw the ruby ring.
Eddie, are you crazy? Comes Christmas and she'll kill you.
Who cares? Live dangerously is my motto.
You know, with me, I ain't got no problems. I'm giving every dame I know the same present. A nice, practical gift. And, yes, it's attractive. What is it? Picture me. You see, I had 6 lovely portraits made.
Yeah, how much did it set you back?
Let's see, there were 3 per quarter. And there were 6 of them. It came to 6 times 3 1/4. Roughly around $50. And that takes care of my list.
Say, well, what you going to give for Miss Duffy?
What am I going to get for Duffy? Eddie, for Duffy, I will get exactly what he always gets me. And that is something which you can find in a vacuum which has been cleaned out by a vacuum cleaner. Oh, hiya, Finnegan.
God, check you share with me tonight.
Who?
My brother Wilfred.
Wilfred?
Yeah.
Is that the tall, fat, ugly one?
No, that's my mother. You know, Wilfred is my chick brother. You know, the black sheep of the family.
The black sheep of the family?
Yeah, the one with the brains.
Oh, yeah, I remember him. Very smart kid.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Art, what's an IQ?
An IQ? Why?
My kid brother's got one.
Well, you see, Finnegan, that proves that he is a very bright boy.
Yeah?
Yes, IQ is a scientific abbreviation for a very smart person. Liberally translated, it means intelligent quadruped.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this brother of mine is very smart. He's really got his worries. You see, the rest of our family is just normal, average people. Like me. And poor Wilfred has to be a genius.
Yeah, well, that's tough.
Yeah.
When did you find it out?
Well, we first realized that he was abnormal when we seen him reading the paper without moving his lips.
Well, you can't tell. Maybe the kid has a ventriloquist.
No, he's a good boy. Wait, I'll go bring him over.
What? There's a package from you arriving for me, and I shouldn't open it until Christmas. A present for me? Are you sure this is Duffy? Well, Duffy, I'm flabbergasted, you know? Well, gee, thanks. And by the way, did you receive my present yet? Well, it's probably in the mail. I'll call you back. Holy cat, Eddie. Duffy bought me a present. I gotta get something from him. I gotta get something. What can I... Let me see. Europa. I got it. What? I'll send him one of me portraits. Have you got a pen, Eddie?
Yeah.
Thanks. I'll autograph it, you know, with something nice. Let's see. To my dearest employer, good old Duffy, in fond appreciation for all I have done for you. Signed, Archie.
Say, Archie.
Yeah, Mr. Bailey?
Do you think that a picture is enough of a...
Listen, Bailey, he's the boss. Naturally, I can't send him as good a present as he's sending me. After all, with the kind of dough Duffy's got, you know, and an expensive present, there's no skin off his flint.
Say, Archie, wouldn't it be wonderful if around this time of year he sent you a lovely warm scarf?
A scarf? Well, Bailey, I'm funny that way. You know, I'd rather warm myself over a gold cigarette lighter.
Well, as long as it's something that keeps you warm. Don't forget, Archie, the cold sneezing is here.
Would you mind to repeat that, please?
I said the cold sneezing is here.
The cold sneezing is here. Bailey, that joke stinks. Christmas present. I wonder what it could be.
Hi, Art.
Yeah, Finnegan.
It's my brother Wilfred. You remember him, Art?
Oh, certainly. Hello, Wilfred, my boy.
Hello.
My, you certainly have been growing.
Doesn't that strike you as an entirely normal procedure?
Well, that's how it goes. Well, how are things in school, Wilfred? Are your teachers learning you a lot of stuff?
Archie, they're not learning me. They're teaching me.
Oh. Well, that's what they're there for. Well, you're looking fine, Wilfred. Very manly. Are you eating good?
Yes, I get sufficient nourishment, thank you.
Well, you know, you got to eat good if you want to grow up to be a big, strong man like your Uncle Archie. You know how I got this physique of mine?
Malnutrition?
Yes, sir, and plenty of it. Yep, Wilfred, I always eat lots of bread, potatoes, pancakes.
Well, I'm on a diet that precludes carbohydrates.
Yeah. What's they?
Starches. are not permitted to have starches.
Well, that's right, Wilfred. Starches ain't good for you. You know, they make your stomach stiff. Well, see you anyways, Wilfred. I said start the music. Wilfred, you're in for a big treat. Bob Graham, my singer, who is also a college man, has brought over a few of his sorority brothers here. They're going to treat us with a Christmas carol. Go on, fellas, sing and make it Christmassy, huh?
Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright, round yon virgin mother and child. Holy infant, so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace. Sleep in heavenly sleep in heavenly peace. Sleep in
It sounded like a December whipping pup. Eddie, pass the hat for the boys.
Okay. Hey, Mr. Doctor, ain't that Mr. Monty Woolley coming in?
Oh, yeah. Monty Woolley. Look at the guy, Eddie. Well, good evening, Mr. Woolley. Well, Monty, good to see you again. I trust that you and I can pick up our acquaintance from whence we left off.
I'm sure we can. My revulsion is undiminished.
Well, thanks, Monty, old boy.
Old boy. This is the first time I have ever heard of contempt breeding familiarity.
I wish I knew if he was smiling. Monty, why is it that you take this antagonistic attitude towards me?
Well, frankly, I think of you as a possible menace to my future.
Me? Oh, why?
Well, someday when I am too old to play juvenile,
yeah,
I may want to go back to my old profession, instructor of English. By the time you're through with it, I may find myself teaching a dead language.
Well, you know, it's a lucky thing for you that was a veiled insult.
Hey, mister, that's a funny place to wear a grass skirt.
Oh, the darn thing always hikes up.
Finnegan, please, no remarks, Kay, about the beaver Kay.
Oh, I apologize, mister. So I promise I won't tell you about your beard again. After all, I'm human.
Sir, you presume.
Look, I'm sorry, Monty, but I hope you'll understand. You know, the guy takes a look at that. Finnegan, put down that match.
All right, let me do it. I never gave a guy a hot beard.
Look, beat it, will you, Finnegan? I'm having enough trouble with this guy. Monty, tell me something. What are you doing Christmas Eve?
Well, we have an old custom in our family. I always take Grandma to the fight.
Well, that's very sweet, but the fights get out pretty early. Now, here's what I had in mind. How would you like a part here on Christmas Eve playing the part of...
Playing the part of what?
Monty, why don't we have a bite to eat? Eddie, how about some refreshments for Mr. Woolley?
Just a moment. I eat here. I'd sooner die.
No, there is no sooner way.
Just a second, Eddie.
Mr. Woolley, don't let Eddie frighten you. The food isn't that bad.
Well, have you, sir, ever eaten in this cadaver's commissary?
Well, Duffy's is no Ritz.
Do tell.
Monty, you see, every Christmas Eve we have a big party here at Duffy's. You know, the joint is full of kids. They come down and get their fathers, you know. And we have a Christmas tree and wreaths around, and every kid gets a candied pig's foot. And I usually write a Christmas pageant.
You can write?
Like a whiz. Now, the only thing we yet ain't got set yet.
Well, now, what is it? What is it that you yet ain't got set yet?
Santa Claus.
Now, just a second, you Brooklyn Knoll coward.
Now, please, Monty, don't get excited. And, by the way, Brooklyn and Knoll don't go with each other anymore. Look, playing the part of Santa Claus, it'd be so much fun. And look what a challenge it'd be for you as a pedestrian.
A challenge?
Well, sure. It'd be the toughest role of your career. You playing a sweet guy. And when you give out them toys to them little kids, think of the thrill you'll get out of it.
Yes. I can already feel the patter of tiny feet on my face.
Look, Martha. Please, you was a kid once yourself, wasn't you?
There's no record of it.
Wait. Gee, if you could just talk to one of them kids and see what it's like. Wait a minute. Hey, Finnegan, is your kid brother Wilfred still here?
Oh, yeah.
Good. Wilfred, come here. I want you to meet Santa Claus.
Now, listen, you...
Look, Monty, what can you lose? Just kid the kid along a little.
Did you call me, Archie?
Yeah, Wilfred, I got a great treat for you. Guess who this is? Wilfred, this is Santa Claus.
Well. Not the Santa Claus.
That's right, young man. Ho, ho, ho. Well, son, I'll be coming down your chimney Christmas Eve.
Well, thank you very much. But we have an oil burner. Say, Mr. Claus, I understand you live up at the North Pole.
I do? Oh, yes, I do.
You know, of course, that the average temperature of the North Pole is estimated at 70 to 90 degrees below zero Fahrenheit.
Well, it does get a bit nippy. But then one can always grab a snort of...
Sandy! Snort of Sandy, of course, only drinks soft drinks, Wilfred.
That's right, Wilfred. Very soft. Cotton gin.
Yes, Wilfred, now see that you're a good boy, because on Christmas Eve, Santa Claus calls on every good little boy and girl.
How does he know where they live?
Well, he has all their numbers in a little red book.
Yeah, and some mighty fine numbers, that little red book.
Oh, this is so ridiculous. Preposterous.
Huh? Wilfred, you don't mean that you believe in Santa Claus?
Oh, Archie, please. It's an amusing legend and rather pleasant, this Santa Claus. But this man plays him so badly.
Why, you...
Now, take it easy, honey. Honey, leave go of the kid's throat. Wilfred, put down them tweezers. So what, Monty? You know, the kid's a bit of a critic.
Please leave me get out of here.
Look, Monty, I'm sorry it turned out like this, but...
Archie, don't be silly. I'll be happy to be here Christmas Eve.
You will?
Yes, playing Santa Claus with Wilfred, with a bag slung over my shoulder. And do you know what I hope to have in that bag?
What?
Wilfred. Goodbye.
And now, you lousy little genius.
Archie, please. You don't actually expect an educated man of 8 to believe in Santa Claus.
Don't I? Look, Wilfred, maybe there ain't no real Santa Claus with no red coat jumping down chimneys. Okay, but there is something that a kid like you should get wise to. Something that kind of makes people do wonderful things for each other at Christmas time, and I like to call it Santa Claus. It's something inside of all of us, kid, that if we're right guys, will turn each one of us into a Santa Claus, see? With every guy loving his fellow guy and working with him to bring goodwill into the world, peace, and kid, don't tell me that there ain't no that kind of a Santa Claus.
That's sounding, Mr. Archie. And, hey, this package just comes for you.
Oh, yeah? Let me look. Hey, it's my present from Duffy. Now, Wilfred, here is what I'm talking about. This package says don't open till Christmas, but I want to teach you a lesson. See? So I'll open it. Now, here's a guy named Duffy. You know, he's mean, stingy, cheap, and yet, at Christmas time, he changes and gives me this picture of himself. Autographed to my dear employee, Archie. Where was I, Wilfred? Oh, yeah, you see? Maybe there ain't no real Santa Claus with no red coat jumping down chimneys, but I believe that... Duffy, Tavern. Oh, hello, Duffy. By the way, Duffy, thanks for that picture. It's just the kind of a thing I wouldn't have bought for myself. So, Merry Christmas to you and Mrs. Duffy and all of our friends. So long, Duffy. Radio service.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prell, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes dandruff in as little as 3 minutes and leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely. Prell presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Chester A. Riley is a man who doesn't feel he's doing his duty as a husband and father unless he's worrying about something. This week, his wife hasn't given him any cause for alarm. His son Junior's been behaving himself. So it's daughter Babs' turn to bear the brunt of Riley's fatherly concern.
I'm home, Dumplin'.
Oh, hello, dear. How was the movie?
Oh, great. Children of Today. Wonderful picture. I love a movie that's really up to the minute.
Now, who was in it?
Rudolph Valentino and Pearl White.
They were silent stars. Well, that picture must have been made 30 years ago.
Well, it still holds good for today. It shows what happens when kids ain't brought up right. There's one scene when a boy no older than our Junior hits his father on the head with an axe. And then robs him. I want Junior to go see that picture. He'll learn a lot.
Well, I doubt if he'd like it. He only likes westerns.
Yeah, believe me, a picture like that makes a father worry about his kid's future.
Well, you don't have to worry about our children.
That's because I brought him up right. Instead of running around the streets all hours of the night like other kids, our Junior's in bed. And Babs is in a room reading a good book.
Oh, Babs isn't home.
Yes, sir. Thank heaven we got nothing to worry. Where is she?
Out.
Out? So late at night? How could you let a young girl like that go out all alone?
She's not alone. She's with that nice boy, Harry Bates.
Oh, I've talked to that boy. I'd rather she was alone.
Oh, Harry's all right.
All right. Who is he? A nobody. And he comes from a family of nobodies.
Well, my goodness, who are we?
I'm talking about Babs. There's a girl's got looks, charm, personality, brains. Why, she's got everything I wanted when I was a kid. You don't have to waste her time with boys like Harry Bates.
Well, now, what kind of boys would meet with your approval?
Well, college boys. Boys with a future.
Just because a boy didn't go to college doesn't mean he hasn't got a future.
Oh, that's where you're wrong. You can't get no place without college. Take me. I'm a riveter. If I'd have gone to college, I wouldn't be hammering in rivets with my hands. I'd be using my head.
Bed, Riley. Babs will be all right.
It's my duty to see that she meets the right kind of boys and picks out the right husband.
Oh, rubbish. Well, my father was just as concerned about me as you are about Babs. But he let me pick my own boyfriends, and when the time came, my own husband.
Well, I ain't going to make the same stupid mistake he did. Yes, sir, Gillis, you're lucky you got a son.
What's so lucky about that?
Well, when you got a son, you only got one boy to worry about. When you got a daughter, you got 100 boys to worry about.
That's where I was smart. I gave birth to a son.
Worry. Every minute, worry.
Well, at least your daughter's no stay-at-home like some poor girls. She's got plenty of dates.
Oh, yeah, she's pretty notorious, all right. I've got no complaints there, but I'd like Babs to hang out with a higher-class type of fella. Refined, after all.
Watch it. Here comes the boss.
Where?
There, with that young guy.
O'Reilly, Gillis.
Oh, hello, boss.
Hello, Mr. Stevenson.
Boys, I want you to meet my nephew, Leonard Stevenson.
How do you do, gentlemen?
Oh, hello, Leonard.
Hi. You see, Leonard's studying aerodynamics at college, and...
Oh, do you go to college, Leonard?
Yes, sir.
I thought maybe one of you boys might show him around the plant.
Well, sure, boss. I'd be only too glad to have Gillis show him around.
Huh?
Well, go on, Gillis. Don't keep Leonard waiting.
Oh, sure. Glad to, Leonard. Thank you. I'm very interested in those new hydraulic presses.
That's fine. You can explain them to me.
That's a fine boy there, Mr. Stevenson.
Yes, he is. Got a great future. Comes from fine stock.
Yep. If I had a few shares of that stock, I'd have a future, too. Yeah, he's a fine boy.
Brilliant student, too. Likes to stay home and read.
Oh, my daughter, Babs, likes to stay home and read.
Oh, I wish he'd go out more often. I'm always telling him, Leonard, why don't you meet more people your own age?
Now, that's a coincidence. I keep telling my daughter, Babs, why don't you meet more young men your own age, like Leonard Stevenson?
Oh, I wish I knew some nice young... Say, I wonder if No.
Yes.
Do you think maybe your daughter...
It's a date, boss.
Well, maybe toward the end of the week she...
Tonight! But, Babs, you've got to go out with Leonard Stevenson. He's going to phone in a few minutes.
Daddy, I keep telling you I have a date for tonight. I've been dying to go out with this boy for weeks.
Cancel it.
I can't. I just can't.
But you don't know what you're missing. Leonard is one boy in a million. He's so handsome. He's got blonde, wavy hair like Van Johnson, a flashing smile like Clark Gable, and a dimple in his chin like Cary Grant. Believe me, he's another Sonny Tufts. Well, what do you say?
I'm sorry, Daddy. I'd do it if I could, but...
All right. Subject is closed. But all I can say is this is a fine way to pay me back after all I've done for you.
Oh, Riley, stop pestering her. You had no right to...
Tell her, Peg. When she had the whooping cough and had to have a shot in the arm, who walked 3 miles in a blizzard to bring the doctor? Who held her while he stuck that big needle in her little arm?
I did.
All right, but who fainted? I did. Okay, Babs, I ask you to do one little thing for your own benefit, and you turn me down.
Oh, all right, Daddy. I'll cancel my date and go out with this Leonard.
You will? Oh, that's great. You'll never regret it. This Leonard is a... The phone. Oh, boy, that must be him. Now be nice to him, Babs. Tell him you love to go out with him. Tell him... Hello? Oh, hello, Leonard. Yeah, Babs is here. Yeah, I'll put her on, and me and the wife will go out in the kitchen so Babs can be alone while you ask her to go out with you, which she will.
Minerva, you've just got to do it for me.
But, Babs, I don't even know this boy, Leonard.
Well, neither do I. That's why it'll be all right.
Sure it will. What's going to be all right?
Oh, for Pete's sake, Minnie, I told you 3 times. Now, listen. I got this date with Bruce, and my father wants me to go out with Leonard, so I said yes. But now I can't get in touch with Bruce to break our date. So now I've got 2 dates. A date with Bruce and a date with Leonard. And you'll have to go out with Leonard.
Oh, where do I meet Bruce?
Not Bruce. You meet Leonard at the drugstore, and listen, you have to pretend you're me.
I'm you?
Well, Leonard's never seen me. You just say you're Babs Riley. Oh, you'll like him, Minerva. He's a college boy.
Oh, then I better take some money with me.
Oh, no, he's rich. And handsome, too. Oh, you'll have a grand time. But you mustn't tell anyone.
Oh, no, I won't. Babs, do you think he'll try to kiss me?
Well, he might.
Then I better tighten my pivot tooth. The last time I got kissed, I swallowed it.
Well, good night, Bruce, and thanks for a swell evening.
It was perfect, Babs. Can I call you again?
If you really want to, Bruce.
Oh, boy, do I. You'll hear from me soon.
All right, Bruce. Good night.
Good night, beautiful.
How'd it go?
Oh, Daddy. I didn't see you sitting there.
I waited up to find out how your date went. Nice boy, huh?
Oh, he's wonderful, Daddy. I'm just wild about him, and I think he likes me.
Oh, you made a good impression, huh?
Well, I think so. He said he'd call me again soon.
Oh, that's great, honey. You really like him, huh?
Oh, he's got the cutest curly black hair.
Yeah, when I saw black this afternoon, Leonard was a blonde.
Leonard?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Did I say black? I meant blonde.
He's got you in a dither, all right. Well, this is one boy I don't mind you falling for.
Well, Daddy, I don't want you to get the wrong idea after all.
It's all right. You can't fool your old daddy. I know what's going on. Yes, sir, Gillis, my Babs sure made a hit with the big boss's nephew last night.
All right, stop bragging. My daughter would have made a bigger hit.
If I had a daughter.
And Leonard's crazy about her.
Come on, let's get back to work. I got to get some sleep before quitting time.
Hey, wait. There's Leonard, just going into Stevenson's office. Come on.
Hey, where are you going?
I bet right now he's raving to the boss about beds. If we get up close...
Wait, Riley, it ain't nice to eavesdrop. You can get fired for it.
Tell me, Leonard, how was your date with that Riley girl last night?
Well, Uncle Carl, I hardly know what to say.
You hear that, Gillis? He can't find words good enough.
To be perfectly frank, Uncle, this Barbara Riley is just about the stupidest thing on 2 feet.
Stupid?
Babs? No.
So she made a big hit, huh, Riley?
I can hardly believe it, Leonard. I know the Rileys very well. Her mother's a fine, intelligent woman, and her father is... Well, maybe you're right.
Gillis, it ain't nice to eavesdrop. Come on.
Wait, this is fascinating.
Honest, Uncle Carl, she has no charm, no personality. She really needs a plumber.
A plumber?
She's a drip.
Gillis, let's get back to work.
Okay.
Carry me.
Don't take it so hard, Riley. Suppose she is a drip. Someday she'll meet a droop. And
I don't understand it, Gillis. My bad stupid? How could she be stupid? Why, ever since she was a little baby, I taught her everything I know. Oh, why did she pay attention to me?
We'll hear the second act of The Life of Riley in a moment. The word for radiant hair is Prell.
Amazing Prell. Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in a handy tube.
Prell is marvelous for 2 wonderful reasons. First, Prell removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. Examinations by a group of doctors proved it.
Second, Prell leaves hair more radiant than any soap or soap shampoo. Prell can't leave a dulling soap film. For glamorous, radiant hair, don't look any further than that Prell tube.
And say that Prell tube's so handy. No messy jars, no slippery bottles.
So for hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, and easy to manage...
Ask for the shampoo in the handy tube. Prell. A little makes mountains of lather.
P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is inside. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo.
And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Right now, Riley is suffering.
Peg, it's true, I tell you. Stupid, that's the word he used.
Babs? Stupid? Well, that's fantastic. It's true I'm her mother, but I still say you couldn't find a more charming or intelligent girl.
Well, that's what I thought. But when you get too close to a person, you can't judge anymore. For instance, I always thought you were beautiful, Peg.
Well, aren't I?
Well, I don't know. Who can tell? To a baboon, the most beautiful creature in the world is another baboon.
Oh, you're crazy.
Peg, this is serious. And it's up to
now,
me to
look, you leave Babs alone.
No, it's no use. My head is made up. Babs has got to change, and I'm the one to change her. You know the saying, it takes a sow's ear to make a silk purse.
No, I haven't heard from Bruce yet. I just can't understand it. Bruce seemed to like me, and he said he'd call. What a life. You wait years for the perfect man, and then... Well, I'm in the middle of some ironing. See you tomorrow, Minnie.
Babsy!
In here, Daddy.
Oh, hello, Babs. What are you doing, Minnie?
Oh, nothing.
You look kind of blue. You're worried about a certain boy, aren't you?
Well... Yes, I am. I expected him to call me, but so far he...
Babsy, sometimes we've got to face certain things, no matter how horrible they are. Look at me, honey. I mean, well, sometimes a person is a little on the stupid side, but that ain't the end of the world, as long as that person is willing to change. right?
Oh, Daddy, I like you just the way you are.
Let me put it another way. You see, Babs...
Couldn't we talk about your problem some other time, Daddy?
Babs, I don't like to see you brooding this way. I know what. Come on, let's go to a movie.
Oh, no, I've got to stay in case I get a call.
I hate to say this, baby, but I don't think he's ever going to call.
He's got to. He's just got to.
You kind of fell for this boy, huh?
Oh, he's a dream, Daddy. You know how it is. A girl meets a lot of boys, but it doesn't mean a thing. And then all of a sudden she meets a boy and she says to herself, this is it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. When I was going with your mother, I heard those very same words. The night I proposed to her, she introduced me to her father, and he said, is this it? But cheer up, it'll be all right. There are other boys.
Oh, you don't understand. The way I feel now, I couldn't look at another boy.
Neither could I.
Oh, excuse me, Daddy. I'd like to be alone for a while.
Sure, baby. Poor kid, her little heart's breaking. All on account of that no-good Leonard. Yes?
Good evening. My name is Bruce Taylor. Is Babs home?
Yeah, she's home, but she don't want to see you, son.
She doesn't?
Now, you'd just be wasting your time, son. She's crazy about a certain boy, Leonard.
Yeah, but, gee, she told me that
I'll tell you what she told me. She said she couldn't look at you.
But... Well...
I'm sorry, son, but you ain't it, so run along, huh?
Oh, gosh, if that's the way she feels. Okay, good night.
Poor kid. He don't know what kind of a daughter I've got. He probably thinks she's charming.
Daddy, who was that at the door?
Oh, nothing important. Just some boy asking for you.
A boy? What boy?
Taylor.
Bruce? Bruce Taylor?
Yeah, that's it. But I got rid of him fast. I told him you don't want to see him.
You told him?
Yeah.
He's the one I've been waiting to hear from, and you told him. Oh, you've ruined everything.
But, Babs, you said...
I'll never see him again.
But, Babs, I thought Leonard was the one that you...
Who cares about Leonard? I loathe and despise Leonard. You and your Leonard, I never want to hear the name Leonard again.
Nancy, darling, what's the matter? What happened? Riley, what did you do to Babs?
Nothing. I was just straightening out her life.
Minerva, how much longer are you going to take with that soda?
I'll be through in a minute.
I've got to get home.
I knew I could get that cherry through the straw.
Well, let's go.
Wait. Oh, look who's coming this way. You! Hey! He heard me. He's coming over.
Oh, he's cute. Who is he, Minerva?
Well, you know, that's Leonard Stevenson, the one you gave me that night.
But he's a perfect dream. I never thought that...
Oh, hello there. Nice to see you again, Barbara.
Hello, Leonard. I want to meet a friend of mine, Barbara Riley. I'm Barbara. She's Minerva.
Well, could an innocent bystander get in on the joke?
I'm afraid I owe you an apology, Mr. Stevenson. You see, I'm Barbara Riley, and she's Minerva. My father made that date with you, but I was busy, and Minerva wasn't doing anything, so well...
Oh, so you're Babs Riley. Well, do you mind if I join you?
Oh, it'd be a pleasure. Gee, I'm sorry you have to go, Minerva.
Mommy? Oh, I'm not going anyplace.
Why, you know perfectly well you have a dentist appointment.
I have?
Why, Minnie, you just told me you have a toothache and you're simply in agony.
Oh, yes. Oh, excuse me, Leonard, I'm in agony. It's been nice knowing you.
Well, so you're Babs.
So you're Leonard. I hope you're not angry with me.
Well, I don't know. I might be willing to discuss the question tonight, say around 8 o'clock. Okay?
Okay.
trouble, trouble, trouble. Nothing but trouble. I guess a guy never really gets rid of his troubles till he's introduced to the Undertaker.
How do you do, Riley?
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly Undertaker.
Oh, hello, Digger.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fat. You look horrible.
I feel horrible.
Oh, too bad. I feel tip-top. I've been over at the UEPHC.
UEPHC?
Yes, the Undertakers, Embalmers, and Pallbearers Health Club. Tonight we had some wrestling bouts. I saw one man weighing 120 lift another man weighing 250 and then drop him 6 feet. Beautiful technique.
Well, I ain't really interested in wrestling, Digger. What I need is a plumber.
I see. The faucet keeps a dripping. A bloop, bleep.
Well, no, not exactly. I'm worrying about my daughter, Beb.
Ah, yes. Children are a problem. Yesterday, some hoodlum stole a sign from an airport and hung it on the door of my business establishment. So I was furious.
What? What did the sign say?
Don't go the old-fashioned way. Fly there.
Well, Digger, my kid's good, only she's unpopular. A boy takes her out the first time, and he never sees her again.
Every day I go out with people for the first time, and that's the last I ever see of them.
It's because she's a little on the stupid side.
What did you say? How dare you, her father, talk about such a lovely girl in that fashion? You incense me, sir. I've got a good mind to lay you out.
Well, I know it sounds terrible. I couldn't believe it at first, but I heard this boy Leonard say so.
If this Leonard were here right now, I'd box his ears. I might even go further than that. He's a contemptible cad.
You think Babs is okay?
Of course, man. Your Babs is cheerful, charming, and chic. Cute, coy, and captivating. I adore Babs. She's so gay.
Well, of course she is. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting it. You know something, Digger? You've just opened my eyes.
Well, there's a first time for everything. Cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Who's that? Oh, Riley, where have you been?
Peg, listen. I was all wrong about Babs. She's a wonderful girl.
Of course she is.
I was a fool to believe that, Leonard, and I'm through interfering in her life. From now on, she could... Yes?
Good evening, sir. Is Babs in?
Leonard, get out of here, you convertible cad.
Now, wait, Riley.
But, Mr. Riley,
And what's the idea of calling Babs stupid?
Oh, that was a mistake. I didn't mean Babs.
Don't lie. If you didn't mean Babs was stupid, who did you mean? The only other Riley you know is... Oh, I am I? Get out of here.
Riley, for heaven's sake, will you...
I have a date with Babs.
She don't have no date with you.
Oh, Riley, what, you had no...
I know what I'm doing. Babs will thank me for this.
Oh, hello, Daddy. I thought I heard...
Everything's okay, darling. I threw him out.
Well, who out?
It was, please pardon the expression, Leonard.
Leonard? I threw him out?
Wait, Babs, you didn't hear me. This was Leonard, the boy you despised.
I do not. I think Leonard's perfectly wonderful. You've just ruined my whole life.
That's twice. She's got more lives than a cat.
Well, Mr. Riley?
I don't get it. First it was Bruce, then it was Leonard, then it was Bruce, now it's Leonard again. I'm going to get that girl psychoalkalized.
Now, Riley, you listen to me. I told you 1,000 times.
the phone.
Babs will answer it. Now, listen, Riley, you've simply
The
got
phone.
to stop.
This place is getting to be a madhouse. Yeah.
Look here, Riley.
Mr. Stevenson, how are you, boss?
I was waiting in the car to give Leonard a lift downtown. What's this he tells me?
But it was a mistake. mistake, boss.
People don't get very far when they go around insulting.
Boss, it was a mistake, but it's okay now. Babs would love to go out with Leonard. Honest, if she don't, she can fire me.
Well, I suppose mistakes can happen.
Yeah, especially around here.
Oh, Daddy, hello, Mr. Stevens.
Oh, good evening.
Daddy, I'm sorry I made a scene before.
Oh, that's okay, honey.
Everything's all right now. I'm going out.
You see, boss, what did I tell you? Well, run along, Babsy. We don't want to keep Leonard waiting.
Leonard? But, Daddy, I'm going out with Mervyn.
Mervyn? Who's Mervyn?
He just phoned me. Good night.
Well, Riley?
Mervyn. Who's Mervyn?
I'm still waiting, Riley. What about Leonard's date?
I don't know, boss. I guess Leonard will have to go out with Bruce. It's a losing fight, I know.
The Rileys will be back in just a moment. Procter & Gamble thanks you for your letters about Prel, the new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the tube. Yes, hundreds of unsolicited letters tell about wonderful Prel. Miss Isabella Ketchum of East Orange, New Jersey writes,
No shampoo I've ever used gave results so pleasing, so satisfactory as Prel. Prel left my hair soft and silky. Now I'm a Prel booster.
Friends, you'll boost Prel, too, when you see how quickly Prel removes unsightly dandruff, leaves hair radiant. You'll sing about
P-R-E-L-L, Prel shampoo, leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is inside. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prel shampoo.
Oh, gee, I'm glad Mr. Stevenson didn't fire me last night.
Well, it's not your fault he didn't.
What do you mean? Didn't I get Leonard a date to go dancing?
You got him a date, all right. And my feet are still killing me.
Thanks, I guess.
Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The script is by Reuben Ship, Alan Lipscott, and Jack Brecker. Music by Lou Kozloff. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. Babs is Barbara Eiler. Stevenson is Ken Christie. Leonard is Gil Stratton. Minerva is Sandra Gould. And Bruce is Irvin Lee. The Life of Riley is produced and directed by Irving Brecker.
The toast of old Broadway. She knew how to catch a new beau. She kept her nice things bright and gay with wonderful ivory snow.
Yes, wonderful ivory snows, a regular beauty bath for pretty blouses, print dresses, and sheer nylon stockings. And your hands will tell you why. Prove how wonderful ivory snow is for nice washables by this simple test. This week, wash dishes with ivory snow. When you see how it pampers your hands, you'll really know it's extra kind to your fine fabrics. You see, there's no other soap like it. Ivory Snow's actually the only granulated soap that's ivory mild. Makes suds instantly and lukewarm even in cool water. Remember, your hands will tell you why Ivory Snow keeps lovely washables lovely longer. Ivory Snow's so kind to your hands, you just know it's kind to sheer nylons and dainty lingerie and blouses.
Yes, wonderful ivory snow.
S-N-O-W.
This is Ken Carpenter reminding you that for radiantly clean, lovely hair, get the shampoo in the tube. P-R-E-L-L, Prel Shampoo. And listen again next week when Prel brings you The Life of Riley. Good night.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
Dog is Lum, I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, jot 'em down, store.
This is Lum and Abner.
No? Let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, the little fellow that was left quite mysteriously in Lum and Abner's care may be only a baby, but already he has complicated the old fellow's way of life considerably. He has Abner trying to solve the mysteries of preparing baby food and Lum wearing Mother Hubbard dresses to stop him from crying. To add to these worries, Abner still has heard nothing from his missing wife and daughter, nor has any new light been shed on the Black Pelican. As we look in on the little community today, we find Lum in the Jot 'em Down store and library. Abner, very excited, is just entering. Listen.
Hey, Lum! Lum! Hey, Lum!
Goodness sakes, what is it, Abner?
Oh, I never seen you. I've been robbed, Lum. I've been robbed.
You been robbed?
Yes, sir. Went over to my place this morning to get some clean clothes, and I discovered somebody broke in the house there, and they took some of our things.
Somebody broke in your house?
Yes, they have.
For goodness sake, are you sure?
Why, yes, I'm sure. I just come from there just now. They taken the rest of Elizabeth's clothes, the ones that she never taken with her when she left, and they taken her fancy sewing basket, and I don't know what all's gone.
Well, I do know. Well, when was you over there last?
Well, I ain't been over there for a couple of 3 days. I've been staying over at Grandpappy Spears' place, you know.
But was the house locked up all that time?
Why, sure. Locked up tight. I believe, though, they could have got in that kitchen window. There's a hole in the screen right there where the hook's at, you know, and they could have reached in there with a piece of wire or something, opened the screen, and raised the window. They could have done that.
Hey, that's curious. Maybe you ought to start sleeping over there, Abner, and sort of keep your eye on things.
Oh, no, not me. No, sir. Leastways, not by myself, I ain't going to do it. I ain't going to get caught in there by that Black Pelican, I'll tell you that.
Black Pelican?
Why, sure. That's more than likely who done the robbing.
Oh, no, Abner. I think you're on the wrong track there.
No, I ain't neither, Lum. It was the Black Pelican that done it. And that woman that left the baby here is either the Black Pelican or she a friend of his one.
Well, how do you know that?
Well, I just figured that she must be, for that's the reason he wanted Elizabeth's clothes. No man would want to wear women's clothes. Wait a minute. What? You never taken them, did you, Lum?
Me?
Why, sure. You was wearing that Mother Hubbard outfit around here yesterday to keep the baby from crying.
Oh, yeah, but I give that up. After the way Grandpap sat here yesterday and made a laughingstocks out of me for wearing it.
Oh, he was mad. I never will forget.
Well, he thought I was Miss Lunsford on account of his her dress I had on.
Yeah, I know he did. He thought it was her at first, and then after you turned around and told him it was you, he still wouldn't believe it.
I know it. He was still mad.
Oh, last night over at the place, the man he couldn't see. Threatened to go over there and whip Uncle Henry. Said Uncle Henry must have made his woman mad at him for some reason.
Well, they had supper over at their place. Did he get mad at him?
Oh, yeah, just got fighting, man. They come over. He told them yesterday afternoon not to even come over there, but Uncle Henry come over anyway and couldn't figure out what was wrong. Said he wanted to find out what all the feuding was about.
Just something on his mind. You couldn't jar it out of there with a stick of dynamite.
Oh, that Grandpap, he threatened to sick the dogs on him. Aunt Charity finally talked him out of it, and I reckon he about half got it figured out.
I never realized how much trouble I'd caused by putting on that Mother Hubbard.
Oh.
Just to please the baby.
You might not got the Lunsford and the Spears as a feud, and I'll tell you that. But I know one thing, old that was a Black Pelican that robbed my place. Ain't no doubt.
Couldn't have been, Abner, because the Black Pelican was over here sometime during the night and left another note for us.
Another note?
Yes, sir.
Oh, my goodness. What, did he threaten our lives again?
Well, sort of, I think. He enclosed a $10 bill to buy food for the baby.
He did?
Yeah. That seems sort of thoughty of him. I rather imagine he's a pretty nice feller.
He did,
especially for a crook or whatever he is.
Well, what did the rest of the note say?
Oh, it was just a short one. All it said was... Wait a minute, I got it right here somewhere.
Doggies, he must have left a note right after he'd been over to my place and done that robbing. That's about what he done. Come back to the store here and left a note.
Here it is. Says, second warning. Don't let the baby out of your sight. And don't talk to the police.
Uh-oh.
A word to the wise is sufficient.
Huh?
Signed, the Black Pelican.
Hey, Doggies, Lum, I believe we ought to do something about this.
Well, what can we do?
Well, let's go to the police anyway and tell them everything that's happened.
No, we can't do that, Abner. According to these notes we've been getting, that'd be the worst one thing we could do.
I don't care. I don't like all these peculiar things that's going on out here late, I'll tell you that. First, my woman and daughter disappeared. I don't know where they went to, and then we get a baby left on our hands here. We don't know who he belongs to, and his mother disappears, and then my place is robbed. I'll tell you, Lum, they got me to where I'm so nervous and jumpy just like a rabbit's nose.
Well, I can't help that. We ain't going to no police. I ain't going to take a chance on getting in trouble with the Pelican. He's our friend now.
How do you know he is?
Well, he put a $10 bill in that note, didn't he?
I don't trust the fella. He got more than $10 worth of stuff over at my place last night, Lum. I don't trust him.
It might not have been him, Abner, that robbed your place.
Bound to been.
I don't want to do nothing that might do some harm to little Lum.
Well, I'll tell... Little Lum?
Yeah.
Who's Little Lum?
That's the baby. I thought I'd call him that, just temporary, of course. Just till we can find out his real name.
Well, now, just a minute here,
Lum. Don't get excited, Abner. We got to call him something, as long as his mama never told us what his name was. We can't just go on calling him baby or the little feller.
Well, no, but if we're going to give him a name, well, I'm going to help pick it out. I'll tell you that right now. Don't forget that woman left him here for both of us to take care of, not just you.
Well, all right. You can be in on it.
Yes, sir.
But what's wrong with little Lum? It sounds sort of cute, I think.
It sounds like a grown-up man's name. Now, if you want a real cute name for the little feller, why, how about Little Abner?
Little Abner?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's the name of a feller in the funny papers. We don't want folks to think we got him out of the funny papers.
Well, how about Charlie, then? That's always been one of my favorite names, Charlie.
Well, that ain't no name for a baby.
Little Charlie Abner.
That's even worse.
Little Abner Charlie.
Wait a minute. I know what we'll do. We'll have an official meeting and decide this name business right now. We'll take a vote on it.
Yeah. All right, let's do that. Ain't nothing I like better than a meeting.
We can vote by secret ballots if you want.
Why, sure, any kind of ballots. I don't care.
All right, let's start then.
Yeah.
I now declare that...
Wait a minute, old Lum. I just got to think, no, we can't vote on it. Just the two of us. It'll come out a tie every time.
Yeah, I know, but according to all official rules, in case there's a tie, the chairman of the meeting gets to cast a vote, and that decides it.
Oh, yeah, that's a good way. Go ahead.
Well, I, Edders, chairman of the meeting, do hereby declare that said meeting's duly open for business, and all in favor say A. All opposed signify by saying sign, same sign.
Same sign.
The meeting will now proceed with the business at hand. All in favor say
A.
All opposed signify.
Same sign.
Floor is now ready to receive nominations for names for little Lum.
For who?
I mean for the baby.
Oh, all right. I nominate Charlie Abner.
And I nominate...
Hi-ho, Muskrat.
Oh, for goodness sake. What do you want, Mousy?
Operator 47J29 at your service, Lum. The masked muskrat never lets you down.
Listen, Mousy, you better run along. Me and Abner's having an important meeting here.
Yeah, we're busy right now, Mousy. Is it about the black pelican?
No, it ain't. Now, run along, Mousy.
Well, now, wait a minute, Lum. Don't you want to find out all about the black pelican?
Well, not right now. Or, wait a minute. Have you found out anything about it?
The masked muskrat never lets you down, Lum.
Well, that don't answer my question. Do you, or don't you know something about the black pelican?
The masked muskrat knows all, sees all, and tells all at reasonable rates.
Reasonable rates?
Yes, sir.
You mean you're aiming on charging me before you'll tell me what you know?
Yes, sir. You see, I'll set up my own detective agency, Lum, and Gussie says that I should get the money before I do any detecting.
Oh, Gussie, huh?
Yes,
I
sir.
would have known she was at the bottom of this. Well, we ain't interested in your detective service, Mousy, so just run along.
Well, I could make you a dandy report on the black pelican, Lum, put in all the details and everything.
No, them reports of yours is all details, no information. I could find out more with my eyes shut than you ever find out with reports.
Well, Lum, the masked muskrat never lets you down.
Well, I'm letting the masked muskrat down this time. Now, go on home, Mousy, because me and Abner are awful busy. Got a big meeting on and all.
All right, I'll go, but you fellas will be sorry if you didn't hire me.
Well, we'll take that chance. So long, Mousy.
Yeah, so long, Lum. Abner. Hi-ho, muskrat.
Yeah, hi-ho, muskrat. Very odd, is it? Him starting up a detective agency. Well, let's get on with the meeting. Whereabouts was we at? Oh, yeah, I was just getting ready to nominate the name of little... Abner, you ain't paying no attention to me.
Huh?
What's the matter with you, anyway?
Well, I've been studying here, Lum, and I've changed my mind.
Changed your mind?
Yeah.
About what?
About voting on that name. I'm again it, I believe. The more I study about it, the more I know that it'll come out in your favor.
Why, that's ridiculous. We're voting according to official rules.
Yeah, but you get 2 votes. One for yourself and one for being a chairman of the meeting, and I just get 1 vote.
Now, listen, Abner, you already agreed to do it this way.
I don't care. I've changed my mind, and I ain't going to do it. We're going to name him Charlie Abner.
We are not.
We are not.
He's got to have a better name than that, one that fits his personality.
Well, what's wrong with Charlie Abner? That fits him.
Just a minute, Abner. Ain't no use of us arguing this way. I know a good way of settling this.
Huh?
We leave it up to the baby.
To the baby? Why, he can't tell us what his name is.
Yeah, we'll go back to the feed room and stand on different sides of his crib, and then we'll both call him by the names we picked out. And we'll see which one of us he'll turn to.
All right, Doggy, that's a good idea. Come on. Let's do it that way. Doggy, I know which way you'll turn, though, I'll tell you that.
See about that. Which side of the crib do you want to be on?
Oh, I don't care. Don't make no difference. I reckon one side is good.
Oh, my goodness.
What's the matter?
Look in the crib.
Huh?
The baby's gone.
Makers of the new Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest for tonight, Mr. John Charles Thomas. Yes, they're here again, folks. The boys we've all been waiting for, Amos and Andy. Radio wouldn't be radio without them. So isn't it grand to say welcome back, Amos and Andy? And now to our stars and their show. Here are Amos and Andy and their guest for tonight, Mr. John Charles Thomas. Well, there's always something of importance happening in Harlem. At the moment, it seems to be the singing contest, which was sponsored by the Wilson Foundation of Music to discover and develop unknown musical talent. Well, last night, Madam Queen won this contest. Now it's the following morning, and in his office, Andy is discussing the whole concert with Lightnin' and Amos.
Well, that certainly was a good singing contest they had last night, Andy.
Yeah, Amos, but you know, I done had a headache all night long after listening to them gals blast away at them songs for 3 hours.
Yeah, fella, sure do take a beating, all right. Did you hear Mrs. Van Porter sing that thing? I think they called it Brahms' Lullaby.
Yeah, I hear it.
Is little baby supposed to sleep to that kind of music?
Well, I guess they can if Brahms could. Personal, I think it'd be better for waking them up.
Well, Madam Queen certainly was great, though, wasn't she?
Yeah, but she was the only good one. I tell you, when some of them gals sing, it's even dangerous sitting in that audience. Did you see what happened when that gal last night got up there and cut loose?
What happened, Miss Andy? I left after the intermission.
Well, this gal was blasting away at Roses of Picardy. She finally come to the last note. She takes a deep breath and plants both feet solid. She lets go with this note, and her bridge done flew out and bit a guy in the third row.
Yeah, but like I say, though, there wasn't any of them there that could hold a candle to Madam Queen.
Yeah, well, I gotta admit, she got a wonderful voice.
And with the first prize she won, her voice might even be better. What was the prize, Miss Amos? Well, the Wilson Foundation of Music awarded her 6 free lessons from Mr. John Charles Thomas.
That's good, all right. This Thomas is a singing teacher or something, ain't he?
Oh, Andy, everybody knows John Charles Thomas.
Yeah, well, you know, Amos, Oh, come in, Kingfish.
Well, hello there, boys. I wonder if you two fellas would mind if I talk to Andy private, confidential, and under his hat. Besides, I don't want nobody to hear it.
Well, all right, Kingfish. We'll be running along. Yeah, sir. We'll see you later, Miss Andy.
Okay, fellas.
Brother Andrew, I don't know whether you knows it or not, but last night in the community of Harlem was born one of the greatest female singing voices of the century.
You mean Madam Queen, huh? Yeah, she was good, all right.
And I've been thinking the thing over, and being that both me and you is great music lovers.
Oh, we is?
Oh, sure. I feel it is our duty to give that voice to the world.
Yeah, well, that's all right with me. I ain't going to hog the thing.
And it's up to me and you to go to Madam Queen and get her to sign us up as her managers. Now, that way we can arrange recitals for her, concert tours, and everything else. Mm-hmm. And all we're going to get out of it is a measly 30% of the box office receipts.
I thought we was doing this because we was music lovers.
Well, we is. But there ain't a music lover in town that makes less than 30%. That's the standard rate for music lovers. Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
That's the spirit. Put it there. Now, look here. I'll go back to my office and draw up a contract, and tonight, me and you will go over to see Madam Queen. See you later, brother music lover.
Madam Queen, what we is telling you here is the truth, and with me and the Kingfish handling you, we'll have you giving concerts in some of the biggest cities in the country.
Yeah.
The chances is we'll have the first concert in Pittsburgh.
Oh, it sounds almost too good to be true. Boys, I'll do it.
Oh, great, Madam Queen. Now, look here. If you just signed the contract here, Madam Queen, I had to put it right there. You know, just say that we is handling you and all that stuff.
Well, I got a pen right here. This is all right with me. Now, Madam Queen. There you is.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, everything is set then. Tell me, Madam Queen, how was your first lesson with Mr. Thomas?
Oh, fine. He worked with me for about an hour and a half.
Yeah, let's hear some of the stuff that he done learn you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm supposed to do this.
Mm-hmm. Do, 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 do. Yeah, that's pretty all right. What else he learn you?
Well, I'm supposed to do this.
Do, 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 do. Personally, Madam Queen, I think that sounds great. The only thing is I don't know how Pittsburgh's going to feel about it.
Yeah. 3 hours of that kind of stuff could get awful monotonous.
Tell me this. When is your next lesson with Mr. Thomas?
Oh, tomorrow morning at 11.
11, huh? I just wanted to know. I tell you, Madam Queen, we'll get busy on this stuff here, and you don't have nothing to worry about.
All right, boys, and thanks for everything.
You're welcome.
Well, goodbye, Madam Queen.
Goodbye.
And we got to go down and see this, what's his name, John Charles Thomason, and we got to see him the first thing in the morning. If we ain't careful, he going to mess up her voice.
Yeah, them is pretty dull songs he's learning her.
It ain't only that, but the way he coaching it there, having to go from the lowest note to the highest note all of a sudden. You know, the human voice is just like a machine, like an automobile. Got to be took care of.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he keep making her do that high-low stuff. She liable to burn out a barren there.
Yeah, we don't want her to strain her voice.
Oh, I tell you, Andy, if Mr. Thomas don't see eye to eye with us on this thing, I'll take Madam Queen to the finest singing teacher in town. I'll take her right to Cab Calloway.
I is getting jumpy sitting here waiting for Mr. Thomas Kingfish. You think he's going to see us soon?
Yeah, well, now, listen here. I tell you what you got to do, Andy. You can't look nervous. Now, look here. Remember, we got to make an imprint on him. Make him think that we is high-class music experts so that he'll respect what we going to tell him. Yeah, we got to look and act the part of music lovers.
Yeah, I noticed you was wearing your glasses with the black ribbon hanging down there.
Oh, yeah. I got a pane of glass missing from this one side here. Do it show?
A little, yeah.
Shows, huh?
Yeah, sure. If he say anything about it, though, just tell him that one eye needs a glass in front of it and the other eye has got to get the breeze.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I don't think that...
Mr. Thomas will see you now.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Right this way, please.
Yeah, sir.
Oh, come in, boys.
How you do, Mr. Thomas? Mr. Thomas, my name is Stevens, and this is Mr. Brown.
Yeah, sir. You is no doubt done here of us. We is in the music-loving business.
Well,
I'm very happy to meet both of you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Thomas, we is interested in the career of Madam Queen.
Mm-hmm. She's a very talented artist.
Yeah, sir, and I guess that you can tell by now that me and Mr. Brown knows our music. We done heard what you done learned, Madam Queen, in the first lesson, and to be perfectly frank with you, Mr. Thomas, we don't think you was learning it right.
Well, boys, the reason I gave her those exercises is because I found that her chest tones suffered from faulty diaphragmatic breathing. And instead of attacking a vibrato with brilliance, she had a tendency to modulate into the change of phrasing which caused her diction to become labial rather than enunciatory or forensic.
Well, now let's get back to Madam Queen singing here.
Yeah. Let's stick to the subject, Mr. Thomas.
Well, as I'm trying to point out, instead of attacking an arpeggio with brilliance and intonation, she would lapse into a glissando, which, of course, would lead to her failure to recognize the necessary crescendo for a coda.
Andy, let's sit down till this thing blows over, will you?
Yeah. Miss Thomas, how long have you been in this country?
I'm simply trying to explain the reason for instructing Madam Queen the way I did.
Well, to come straight to the point, me and Mother Brown don't approve of the way you're doing it.
Oh, you don't, eh?
No.
Well, frankly, I think that... I don't think either one of you knows enough about music to criticize my methods.
Yeah, that's why you're wrong, Mr. Thomas. It so happens me and Mr. Brown is both musical geniuses. We have done played with Philadelphia harmonica orchestras all over the country.
Oh, really? Now, just what instruments do you gentlemen play?
Well, tell him what instrument you play there, Andy.
Who, me?
Yes, is it the piano? There's one in the other room, and I'd like very much to hear you play it.
No, sir. No, I don't play the piano, no.
The violin?
You got one in the other room?
Yes, I have a violin.
I don't play it.
Well, then tell me, Mr. Brown, what is your instrument?
The cymbals. If you got a pair of them in the other room, I'd be glad to play something for you.
Oh, the cymbals, eh?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I haven't a pair of cymbals. Too bad, too, because there's nothing that thrills me more than a good cymbal solo.
Yeah, it's a beautiful instrument, all right. Dangerous one, though. You might get your nose caught in there, you know.
Do you still play the cymbals professionally, Mr. Brown?
No, sir. I just sit up in my room and bang away for my own amazement.
Yeah. You know, I was just thinking here, and maybe we better let Mr. Thomas work it the way he thinks best.
Yeah, them is my sentiments, too.
All right, Mr. Thomas. From now on, then...
Mrs. Thomas, but Madam Queen is here for her singing instruction.
Oh, sure in.
Hey, wait a minute. We don't want her to know we come up here. Is there any other way out of here?
Yes, you can go out the side door over there.
All right, so we see you again, Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, so long, Mr. Thomas.
Oh, say, bring your cymbals up here someday and we'll have a duet. I play the bass drum.
Right this way, Madam Queen.
Yes, come in, won't you?
Good morning, Mr. Thomas.
Good morning. Do you remember yesterday I told you I might have some good news for you?
Yes, I do.
I didn't want to mention anything about it till I was sure, but now I'm sure. The patrons of the Wilson Foundation are sponsoring a concert to be given at Carnegie Hall to be called Stars of Tomorrow. And we've decided that we would like to have you appear in that concert.
Oh, Mr. Thomas, this is the most wonderful thing that's ever happened to me.
We also plan to take the whole thing on a concert tour to the big cities in the country. How does that sound?
Oh, Mr. Thomas, I'm so excited I don't know what to say.
You have no other commitment to stand in the way of your going on this concert tour, have you?
Not a thing, Mr. Thomas, not a thing.
Well, it's the following day. Andy and the Kingfish are going ahead with their plans for a world concert tour for Madam Queen. Of course, they know nothing of her late commitment with Mr. John Charles Thomas. And at the moment, we find Andy in his office optimistically telling Amos of their own plans.
So you and the Kingfish really going ahead with all these concerts for Madam Queen?
Yeah, Amos, the thing is building like a snowball. We is taking her on a world tour.
What is the first stop?
Brooklyn. Then we gets on the subway and we goes due west to Jersey City. We're going to play in a car barn over there.
Oh, Andy.
Listen, Amos, this thing is going to be the biggest success that me and the Kingfish has ever had. And the fortune it's going to make for us ain't going to be nothing compared to what it's going to do for Madam Queen's career. Oh, I tell you, Amos...
Andy, I'm glad to hear something awful done happen.
What is it, Kingfish?
Yeah, what's wrong? I just met Fred Gwendell on the street. He done talked to Madam Queen, and she told him that she done agreed to go on a concert tour for Mr. John Charles Thomas.
She going on a concert tour for Mr. Thomas. He can't do that to us. We got her on a contract.
You said it, and we ain't going to let him get away with it.
Yeah.
Now, wait a minute, fella.
Wait a minute, nothing. I got a copy of the contract with me. And Andy, me and you is going down to see Mr. Thomas right now.
Yeah, let's get going. He ain't going to ruin Madam Queen's career when she already done signed up to let us do it.
Do 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 me da do da on the road to Mandalay where the flying fishes
Pardon me for interrupting
play.
your practicing, Mr. Thomas.
What is it, Smith?
I've got very good news for you. The Wilson Foundation called and said your Stars of Tomorrow concert at Carnegie Hall is sold out. And they're very happy that you got this Madam Queen to appear as one of your artists.
That is good news, Smith. Ha ha! Very good news. It makes me very happy. I am pleased at what you say. The best news I've had today. When the doors at Carnegie open up, they'll be sold out, so they say.
Pardon me again, Mr. Thomas.
That's quite all right, Smith. What is it you want?
Well, there are two men who insist upon seeing you, sir. And...
Mr. Thomas, we got to see you right away.
How do you do, boys? How do you do, boys? Make yourselves at home on the range. Won't you sit down while the antelope plays?
Miss Thomas, we is here on unpleasant business.
Pull up a seat. Take the weight off your feet.
I didn't know it was going to be this unpleasant.
Gentlemen, what is your business today?
Mr. Thomas, if you just stop singing there a second, we done hear that you were taking Madam Queen on a concert tour, and we don't believe you can do it.
And when I told them she's going on a tour, they didn't believe me.
No, sir, we don't believe you. We don't believe you. We don't believe you can do it, and we'll sue you for it.
What?
That's right. We're going to sue you. It so happened that we got a contract to take Madam Queen out on a concert tour ourselves, and you ain't going to chisel us out of it.
Well, this is news. You say you have a contract with her?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Here, just right here. Go ahead and read it yourself. It's legal, got the seal and wax on and everything. Read it out loud.
Now, let me look at this.
Go ahead and read it.
Be it known to everybody, also to whom it may concern, and especially to anybody trying to chisel in, that I, Madam Queen, the party of the first part, and us, Andrew H. Brown and George Kingfish Stevens, parties of the second part, and hereafter known as the great music lovers, do hereby agree, ipso facto.
Just right in there, yeah.
That Madam Queen appoint the music lovers as her only managers and agents to handle her career for a measly 30%.
Yeah, give it a cut rate there, yeah.
If by any chance there is any loopholes in this contract, the music lovers done reserve the right to plug them up within 10 years.
Yeah, that's it, Mr. Thomas. Now, let's see your contract.
Well, I'm frank to say that I haven't a contract with Madam Queen.
Well, in that case, Mr. Thomas, you was in the well-known position of being over the barrel behind the 8-ball in the side pocket. Besides that, you ain't got a chance.
Well, I personally don't think this contract would hold up in court. But as long as she signed it, I guess that's what she wants to do. And I have no wish to stand in her way.
Yeah, well, now you was being smart about it, Mr. Thomas.
Of course, it's a great disappointment for me.
No.
I had counted on Madam Queen being on my concert tour. It would have meant a lot to her and a lot to me, too, but what must be, must be.
Well, that's how it goes, Mr. Thomas. Well, we'll be running along. You can go on with your practicing now, there.
Yeah, so long, Mr. Thomas.
So long.
On the road to Mandalay, I no longer feel so gay. I just took a terrible shellacking, the worst in many a day. On the
Look, Amos, it ain't no use to argue. When we showed the contract to Mr. Thomas, even he admitted it was good.
Yeah, well, I ain't arguing about the contract, Andy. It's just if Madam Queen sings at Carnegie Hall for Mr. Thomas and then go on a tour for him, and with his coaching and everything, she's going to be much better off than if you managed her. Yeah, you might hurt her more than you help her.
Oh, what you talking about, Amos?
Yeah, we know what we're doing. Now, you just take it easy. You see, Amos, we already got everything lined up, ain't we, Andy?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I got even the songs lined up that she's going to sing on the first concert. Hey, listen to this, Andy. You ain't heard it neither, is you?
No, what is the lineup?
Now, I figured on having her open with Beethoven's Fifth Symphony.
Yeah, well, that sounds good. Everybody knows that, anyway.
The only thing is, fellas, symphonies don't have no words to them.
Don't, huh? Well, we'll have her to hum the first number, yeah. Anyway, after she comes out with that, then she comes out and she smacks him with the Flight of the Bumblebee.
Is that one got words, or has she got a buzzer?
Oh, look, fella. Quiet, Amos.
Yeah, keep still.
Then we got a short intermission when we sell Cracker Jack, soft drinks, postcards, and all that. After that, Madam Queen come out in the semi-wind up with Indian Love Call, and then for the main event, she ups and slaps him with the waters of Minnesota. All we got. Tell me this, how do it sound, Andy?
Well, tell you the truth, Kingfish, I don't exactly know.
Yeah, tell you the truth, Andy, I don't know myself.
You see, fellas, it even sounds silly to you. Now, there's a couple of things we all know. Madam Queen has got a good voice, and if she went with Mr. John Charles Thomas, why, she might have a big future ahead of her. You fellas really wouldn't want to spoil that future, would you?
What you think, Kingfish?
I think thinking just what you thinking.
Then must we do it?
Yeah.
Oh, fellas, I know you'll do the right thing and pay up that contract. Now Madam Queen can go into Carnegie Hall.
Only one thing I was a little sad about in giving this whole music thing up. I was kind of getting to like being a music lover.
Yes, and I was getting to like being part of the music world, too. Well, maybe there's still room for us to get in it somewhere.
Yeah, I sure wish we could stay close to music some way.
Me too, Brother Andrew. For the rest of my life, the nearer the music I is, the happier I'd be. Carnegie Hall. How wonderful. Can't we figure out something?
Ladies and gentlemen, as a finale to our Stars of Tomorrow concert, here in Carnegie Hall, we are asking our featured artist, Madam Queen, to oblige us with a very short encore of the number you just enjoyed so much.
Lindsay Lou, oh God, I'd lay right down and die if I
I could sing like that bird sings to you, my little Lindy Lou, my Lindy Lou.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've brought you here at Carnegie Hall tonight many new artists whom we feel have the touch of greatness. It is the hope of the Wilson Foundation that you will be able to enjoy them for many, many years to come. Thank you for your support.
Well, Jerry, I thought it was really a wonderful concert. I'm certainly glad you got those tickets.
Me too. They certainly had a big crowd here.
Yeah.
Come on, let's hurry up the aisle and get out before the rush.
Okay. Say, that last singer, that Madam Queen, she was terrific, wasn't she?
Yeah, she'll go places all right.
You bet. Say, how about having a bite to eat, huh?
It's a good idea. I just want to go in the men's lounge here and wash up.
Righto, I'll wait here for you.
Towel, sir? And here's the clean comb for you, sir.
You know, Kingfish, it's great to be a part of the music world.
Be sure to be with us again next Friday evening at this same time, when Amos and Andy will have as their guest Mr. Sidney Greenstreet. Our thanks to John Charles Thomas for appearing with us tonight. Mr. Thomas is the star of the Westinghouse Sunday program and appears with Amos and Andy through the courtesy of the Westinghouse Company. The Amos and Andy show is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox, bidding you all a very pleasant good night.
And when you get Rinso tomorrow, buy some Lifebuoy, too. Use Lifebuoy in your daily bath or shower. You'll love that rich, purifying lather. You know, of 7 leading brands, Lifebuoy gives you the most soap for your money. And besides, it's the only soap specially made to stop B.O. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Hello? Are you there? Well, we're here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 ways better, Swan soap.
Yes, sir. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's 8 ways better than old-style floating soaps, presents Paul Whiteman. Your Swanee announcer, Bill Goodwin. Our singer, Jimmy Cash. Well, I Swan, the stars of our show, George Burns and Gracie Allen. Yes, sir, it's the new Burns and Allen show. And now we listen in on Gracie at home.
Hello? Yes. Yeah, this is Gracie Allen. Who's this? Who? Who? Well, you'll have to spell it. M-O-T-H? Moth? M-O-T-H-E-R? Oh, the mother. Oh, sorry, but we have all the mothballs we need. What? M-A-M. Oh, hello, Mother. How are you? What? You think this is... What? Well, hold the phone, Mother. Jimmy Cash, please, I'm on the phone.
What, Mother? No, that isn't George singing in the bathtub. No, today's Tuesday. Say, Mother, how's Bessie? What? You think Mr. Peterson the butcher is falling in love with Bessie? How do you know? Oh, last night she found a forget-me-not on her calf's liver? Oh, good. You went to the football game Saturday. Oh, really? $4.40 a ticket? My, that's expensive. What? Papa made a touchdown. Oh, Papa made a touchdown at the Elks Club. Oh. Well, I'll have to say goodbye, Mother. What? A message for George? Yeah. Oh, wait, I'll have to write that down. Hilda!
Yeah, Mrs. Burns.
Go in the den and get me a pencil, please. Oh, by the way, Mother, yesterday I went out in the garden and I picked the most beautiful sweet peas, but George didn't like them. Well, maybe I should have cooked them plain instead of with carrots. Oh, yeah. Well, I must tell you...
Here's your pencil. Mrs. Burns.
Oh, thanks. All right, Mother, I've got the pencil. What was that message again? Well, not so fast. Say hello to George. Oh, all right.
Oh, hello, sweetheart.
Oh, George, Mother just sent you a message. Hello.
Hello. Well, sit down, Gracie. I've got some wonderful news for you. MGM wants you to make a picture.
Really?
Yes. Mr. and Mrs. North was a big hit on Broadway last season, and now MGM wants you to be Mrs. North.
Well, I couldn't do that, George. I'm already Mrs. Burns.
I know that.
Oh, my mother wouldn't like it if I took a second husband.
I know that, but...
She isn't crazy about my first one.
I know that, too. Gracie, this is a wonderful opportunity for you. And another thing, it'll be a great experience. Then again, look at the practical side. Now, don't only think of yourself, think of me. Think of the money we'll make.
Oh, George, you sound just like you're proposing again.
Gracie, will you make the picture?
Certainly.
Well, Gracie, you've made me so happy that you can have anything you want.
Oh, will you give me my half of my salary?
I'm not that happy. Well, anyway, you're going to make this...
Hello, Bill.
Oh, hello,
Gracie.
Bill.
Hello, George. Say, what's this I've been reading in Luella Parsons' column that MGM wants Gracie to do Mr. and Mrs. North?
Is it in the paper already?
Yeah.
Say, I've got one in the den. I'll take a look. Gracie. What's that?
It's Jimmy Cash. He's rehearsing here.
Oh, yeah? Well, let me listen.
Open the door. I want to see if he made it. He did.
Say, George, Mr. and Mrs. North was a Broadway play, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, boy, I'd like to play a part like that Mr. North.
Do you think you can do it, Bill?
Oh, do it. There's nothing to acting. Watch, I'll be Mr. North, and Gracie, you're Mrs. North.
Oh, I just can't wait. Go ahead.
Mrs. North, darling, I've something important to tell you.
Yes? Go ahead.
Darling, did you know that Swan is the first really new white floating soap since the gay 90s? And Swan is 8 ways better than old-style floating soap.
Oh, you say the sweetest things. Go ahead.
Why, for instance, darling, you should see the suds you get with Swan soap. Richer, longer-lasting suds. And Swan lathers twice as fast as any old-fashioned floating soap, even in the hardest water.
Oh, Mr. North, I'll bet you tell that to all the girls. Go ahead.
Mrs. North, darling, try Swan for washing your dishes. Try Swan for all your soap and water tasks. I love you, and you love Swan. Try Swan.
Cut. You call that acting? Why, Bill, you've got no feeling. Look, I'll show you how to do it. Ah, Mrs. North, I love you. and Mrs. North, you'll love Swan. Swan, that wonderful soap. That floating soap. Just give me a cake. That white floating soap. And I'll go alone. Happy with you. And Swan.
Oh, what a ham.
He is not a ham, are you, George?
I should say not.
Oh, George, I want to thank you for that gold locket you left on the table yesterday.
A gold locket?
Yes.
What gold locket?
You know, the one that has the picture of the walrus in it.
Oh, Walrus?
Yes.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, I have to call up MGM and tell them that the deal is okay. Say, that's funny. There's a woman talking on the other end of the phone.
Oh, let me listen. Oh, it's my mother. She's still on the phone. I forgot to tell her to hang up. You can hang up, Mother. Goodbye.
Mr. Burns, you want to hear my song now?
Well, yeah, you can start, kid, but I've got to make a phone call. I'll be right in. Operator, get me MGM Studios.
Wasn't it you wakened my lonely heart? Wasn't it you showed me a world apart? Hasn't it all been thrilling, living from kiss to kiss? And weren't you more than willing to keep it forever like this? Wasn't it you who planned each exciting day? Heaven for two, and didn't you lead the way? Wasn't it you who said our love would never die? Wasn't it you who planned each exciting day? We found a heaven for two, and didn't you lead the way? Wasn't it you who said our love would never die? Can it be you now saying
Oh, Jimmy, that was swell. Now you can run back to the grocery store and close up.
Not tonight.
Oh, I bet you're going out tonight.
Yeah.
With a girl?
Yeah.
Nice?
It reminds me of my mother.
Who is she?
My sister.
Goodbye, Jimmy.
Oh, George, did you get MGM on the phone?
Oh, yes, and Irving Asher, the producer, is coming over in 20 minutes with a contract for Gracie to sign.
Well, gee, that's wonderful, George. It sounds exciting.
Well, it is.
Imagine Jimmy Cash going out with his sister.
Gracie, I'm talking about the picture.
Oh, that's wonderful, too.
Wonderful, and what a part that Mrs. North is. She's in every scene. She talks for hours. She says the silliest, staffiest, dumbest, craziest things you ever heard in your life.
I'm not going to do it.
It's one of the greatest, the most... You're not going to do it?
No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to get on that screen and say a lot of silly things. I want to act natural.
Act natural?
Well, certainly. I'm not going to have people laugh at me.
Look, Gracie...
The trouble with Hollywood, they miscast everybody. Like I saw a picture called Tom Harmon of Michigan, all about a football player. And the fellow who played the part of Tom Harmon wasn't the type at all.
The part was played by Tom Harmon.
Oh, now you see, he got the job because he was a relative.
Gracie, I've listened to you talk for years and years, and you say less than any woman I know.
That's why I can't play the part of Mrs. North. I don't talk enough.
That's because the days are getting shorter.
And then again, I don't believe that being quiet should be carried to extremes like some people do. Like I met a woman at the club last week, and I chatted with her just to be polite. And all the time I was with her, she didn't even say one word. But on the other hand...
Gracie, who was this woman?
Billy Burt. But on the other hand...
Billy Burt?
Yes.
Yeah, a regular sphinx.
Now, please, George. She's one of my dearest friends.
Gracie, this is a great part.
Not going to do it.
Hilda!
Yeah, I'm bringing the aspirin.
Yeah, that's what I meant, yes. Bill, you're a smart fella. Why don't you talk to Gracie?
Because I'm a smart fella.
Thanks.
Here's the aspirin.
Oh, Hilda, how's your boyfriend Olaf? You know, the one who always says hut. Please, Bill, now, Gracie, this is...
Not going to do it.
Oh, I don't go around with Olaf anymore.
No?
No, you know, he was so bashful that he never even kissed me on the forehead.
Oh, well, don't let that worry you, Hilda. I went around with George for 3 years before he kissed me on the forehead. And then he went back to kissing me on the lips again.
Yes, that's because you started wearing bangs. Anyway, listen, Gracie.
Not going to do it.
Mrs. Burns, I'm sorry. I had an accident. I tore one of your towels in half.
Oh, well, that's all right, Hilda. You can use it like swan soap, half in the kitchen and half in the bathroom.
Well, thanks, Gracie.
Welcome.
Gracie, will you listen to me?
Not going to do it. So, Hilda, you gave up Olaf, huh?
Oh, yeah, I had to give him up. I couldn't understand him. He spoke with a dialect.
Well, who's your boyfriend now?
He's in the kitchen. I will call him. Come in, sweetheart.
Sí, mi vida, ¿qué quiere mi pedazo de caramelo?
Well, that's all I needed. It's Senor Lee. You're Hilda's sweetheart?
Hutsut.
Oh, go with that hutsut.
Senor Burns, don't be a grouch. I like to see a man with a smile on his face. In your case, I would even settle for a face.
Look, Senor Lee, Olaf happens to be Hilda's childhood sweetheart.
I have thought it all out, Senor Burns, and the voice inside of me says, Senor Lee, you are a rat if you take Hilda away from Olaf.
Well?
Squeak, squeak.
Lee, you're not the guy for Hilda. She's just a nice, plain girl.
So what? What has Hedy Lamarr got that she hasn't got?
Well, nothing.
Boy, do you need glasses.
Hilda, take him back in the kitchen. Gracie, Mrs. North is a great
I'm not going to do it.
Gonna...
Oh, it's Paul Whiteman. Hello, Paul.
Oh, hello, Paul.
Hello, everybody.
Gee, Paul, you've taken off some weight.
Yes, and I've got to take 10 more inches off my waistline.
Really? Why?
So I can get close enough to the table to reach the food.
Well, you look great, Paul. Just drag up a loading platform and sit down. Gracie, the producer is going to be here.
Not going to do it.
Look, honey, don't think that I'm trying to bribe you. But you know that beautiful caracal coat that we saw at Magnan's? The one you like so much?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'd like to see you buy it.
Well, then you should have been with me yesterday.
Look, Gracie, MGM doesn't offer these pots.
Not going to do
No,
it.
I'm not going to.
Hey, I hate to change the tempo, but when I was here yesterday, I left a gold locket on the table. It was for Mrs. Whiteman. It's her birthday today. May I have it?
Oh, so that's the locket Gracie was talking about. Paul, was that your locket?
Yes, my picture was in it.
Oh, yes, the walrus. Gracie, where's the locket?
You mean the locket?
Yes, the locket.
You mean the gold locket?
Yeah, the gold locket. Where's the locket?
Well, you never can tell when something might be missing, and if it is, I didn't do it.
Gracie, don't...
Say, today is my wife's birthday. Don't tell me it's lost.
Well, it isn't exactly lost. What happened was, I was sitting and knitting some backless sweaters for soldiers, and all of a sudden...
Backless sweaters?
Well, yes, they asked me to knit sweaters for the boys at the front.
What about the locket?
Well, I'm coming to that. And all of a sudden, a burglar climbed through the window.
A burglar?
Oh, yes, the town's full of burglars. They're here for a convention, I guess.
Yes, I read about it in the papers.
You did?
Yes.
Can you believe this story?
Oh, sure I do.
Oh, boy, wait till you hear the finish. A burglar came in a half an hour ago, took the locket, hit me on the head, and I was unconscious for 5 hours.
You were, huh?
Why, Gracie, according to that story, you'd be unconscious right now.
That's right. That's why I think she's telling the truth. Gracie, where's the locket?
Oh, I'm awfully sorry, Paul. I thought George left that locket there as a surprise for me.
Well, where is it?
Well, you know that antique shop around the corner?
Yes.
I traded it in.
You traded it in?
But, Gracie, how could you think it was your locket? Didn't you see P.W. engraved on it?
Well, yeah, but, Paul, I thought the engraver had an impediment in his speech and pronounced my name Tracy Wallen.
Tracy Wallen? Well, anyway, what did you trade the locket for? I mean the locket. What did you trade it for?
Well, I traded it in for this musical powder box. Look.
But that locket was an heirloom.
Yes, but this musical powder box is a genuine antique. It's 150 years old, and when you lift up the lid, it plays music. Listen.
Oh, Daddy. 150 years old?
Yeah, no, Daddy.
No, Daddy, huh? Close it. Close it.
Come on, Gracie. Let's go over to the antique shop and get my locket back.
All right, Paul, let's go.
But, Gracie, the producer is coming with the contract.
I won't do it.
Gracie, you're staying in the house.
I won't do it.
Gracie, you're staying here.
I won't do it.
You will.
I won't.
You will.
I won't.
You will.
I won't.
You will.
I won't.
You will.
Paul Whiteman and the orchestra playing the Waltz of the Flowers.
This is great. A producer from MGM is coming to our house, and here we are in front of an antique shop.
Oh, now, boys, I better go in alone. If we all go in, he might think the locket's very valuable, and even though it's worth nothing, he might double the price. And double nothing is $64, and it's certainly not worth $64, so I think the best thing for me to do is to go by myself.
Now go in, and if you're not out in 2 minutes, I'm coming in to get you.
All right. Now, don't go away.
Oh.
How do you do, madam? Aren't you the lady who swapped the locket for a musical powder box?
Well, yes, and I'd like to swap it back for the locket.
Oh, gladly. But can I keep the picture inside?
Do you like it?
Oh, yes. It'll make a wonderful design for a poker chip.
Oh, well, here's your powder box. Will you wrap up the locket?
Gladly.
Oh, my, you have lovely things here. Isn't this adorable? A statue of a woman with a clock in the center of her forehead.
Madam, this is an exact reproduction of Venus de Milo.
Oh, the poor thing. She has no arms. How does she keep the clock wound?
Well, I couldn't say. My partner will be back later.
Well, wrap it up.
Gladly. Well, here's your locket all wrapped up in a little box for you.
Oh, thank you.
Gladly. Who's that?
Oh, that's my husband knocking on the window. If he thinks I'm going home to sign that movie contract, he's crazy. I'll stay here all day even if I have to buy the whole store.
You mean you've got a chance to be a movie star and you don't want to?
I should say not. If I'm a movie star, I'd have to put my footprints in cement in front of the Chinese theater.
Well?
Well, if I got lost in the woods, then no one could find me because I wouldn't have any footprints.
Yes, I see. Well, here's your clock, madam.
Here they come.
Gracie, what's taking you so long?
Well, I just bought the prettiest clock. Here, hold it.
All right, Gracie, the producer is waiting.
I'm not going to do it. Here, George, put this little box in your pocket.
But, Gracie...
Oh, mister, what a beautiful vase.
Oh, fine.
That's an antique.
You'd never know it.
Well, the older they are, the more valuable they become.
You know, if I were you, mister, I'd get a younger clerk in here so it'll make your antiques look older.
Now, look,
Gracie, I'd like to give that locket to my wife for her 27th birthday. And that happens to be today.
Oh, really, Paul? Well, you ought to buy her a present.
Gracie, we've got to get home.
Not going to do it.
Madam, that vase you admired is a genuine Ming vase.
Ming vase. Wrap it up.
Gladly.
And, George, you have to buy me a coat to match it.
Oh, a Ming coat.
Yeah.
I thought so, yeah.
Oh, and my, what a beautiful antique bed. I must go over and see it.
George, you'll never get her home to sign the contract.
Well, what can I do, Bill?
You better do something. I'd like to give that locket to my wife for her 35th birthday.
Well, I'm trying to get it, but I keep getting sidetracked.
Well, don't let yourself get sidetracked. I'll show you how to get it. Watch me. Hey, mister.
Yes, sir?
Now, look, that gentleman over there happens to be Paul Whiteman.
Paul
and
Whiteman?
yesterday,
Why,
yes,
my,
and
he put on some weight, didn't he?
Anyway, this
You
lady...
know, I've been listening to Paul Whiteman for years, and I just love him on that new radio show.
Never mind the new radio show, and never mind Paul Whiteman. This lady
Is
came
it
in...
true about that soap? Does it really do all they say?
Never mind about the... Is it true?
There we go.
Why, listen, Mr. Swan is even more than they say. It's a brand new kind of white floating soap. 8 ways better than old-style floating soap.
Bill, don't get sidetracked.
Don't worry, I won't. Why, Swan is whiter. It smells fresh and clean. And Swan soap is pure and gentle, as mild as the very finest imported Castile soaps.
Oh, Bill, I'd just love to hear you talk, but talk slower. I'm in no hurry.
Oh, well. Swan soap is so mild, it's ideal for bathing the baby.
Bill, don't forget it's my wife's birthday.
Congratulations. And remember, each cake of Swan is really twins. Break Swan in 2. Use half in the kitchen, half in your tub or shower. Try Swan. It comes in that cool-looking green wrapper with the white swan on the front. Now, you see, George, nobody sidetracks me. When I talk
Bill.
about
I
a
heard
subject,
it. I
don't
was
get...
here all the time. Now, look, I've got to get Gracie home to sign that contract. Look, Gracie.
I'm not going to do it. What did you say that bed was?
Well, this is great.
It's genuine antique. Why, George Washington slept in this bed, and so did Thomas Jefferson, and so did James Monroe.
Who slept in the middle?
In the middle?
Wrap it up.
Gladly.
Gracie, please get that locket. I'd like to give it to my wife on her 48th birthday.
Gracie, the producer
I'm
is...
not going to do it, mister. What's on the third shelf?
That's dust.
Wrap it up.
Wrap it up. Quiet. Look, mister, I've had enough of this.
Well, look who's here. Hello. Oh, it's Elsie Myers, who lives across the street from us. Hello, Elsie. Hello, Gertrude. My name is Gracie.
Oh, yeah, I must remember that. Say, Gracie, is that big antique moose head yours?
Yeah, we've been married for years.
I knew that barber gave me a bum haircut.
Well, I just dropped in to get an ashtray for my husband. What's his name?
Frank.
Oh, yeah, I must remember that.
Gracie, get that locket. I've got to get home with it before May Robeson leaves me.
Now, I'm going to settle this. Mister, where's that locket that my wife traded?
Why, I gave it to her a half hour ago.
You did?
Gladly.
Gracie, where's the locket?
I gave it to you. It's in your pocket.
In my pocket?
Gladly.
Gladly, look. Well, come on, let's go. Oh, here it is, Paul.
Oh, goodbye. Oh, Elsie, you remember Bill Goodwin. You met him last week.
Oh, yes, he sells duck soup.
Swan soap.
Yeah, must remember that.
Well, come on, let's go.
Bye.
Goodbye, boys.
Bye.
Well, come on, Gracie, let's hurry home. I hope that producer is still here.
Come in, Senor Burns.
Hey, Lee, why are you opening the door? Where's Hilda?
She's upstairs putting my clothes in the guest room.
You're going to live here?
Why not? If you can stand this house, I can.
Hey, Lee, is there a man in here waiting for me?
He left a half hour ago.
I knew this would happen now. The whole deal is probably off.
George, would you like some homemade cookies from the May Company?
No. After working for weeks trying to get you that part, and such a great part, and such a great picture, and such a great story.
Hello? Who? Yes?
Who was that?
Mr. Lasvogel.
Oh, that snoopy neighbor who's always looking in our windows. Gracie, hang up.
What? Oh, thank you very much. Goodbye. George, Mr. Lasvogel said that the man who was here smoked 2 of your cigars and left a note on the piano.
That guy knows everything. Always looking in our windows. Say, Gracie, look at this. Dear George, I waited as long as I could, but we'll be back tomorrow to have Gracie sign contract. Mrs. North will be a wonderful part for Gracie.
Not going to do it.
I know that it's a perfect part for her because all Gracie has to do is be herself. Signed, Irving Asher.
Be myself? Well, that's different. Now I'll do it.
I thought so, yeah.
Well, I thought they wanted me to play a dizzy dame like Betty Davis and the Little Foxes.
Betty Davis and the Little Foxes is a dizzy dame?
Well, sure, any dame that would kill Herbert Marshall must be dizzy.
Well, I guess so.
Remember, folks, buy Swan. Try Swan. Get Swan at your dealers today. See for yourself if Swan isn't really 8 ways better than old-style floating soap. Now, once again, George and Gracie.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Gracie. This is Mrs. Whiteman.
Ask her how she liked the locket.
How did you like the locket Paul gave you?
Well, I traded it in.
Well, I don't blame you. For what?
Listen.
Good night, folks.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in again next week, same time. Until then, this is Bill